Hopefully this is going to come through okay. I can just see OBS complaining that I don't have enough internet, so let me know if this actually is playing correctly. I think YouTube might complain a little bit. Oh my god, it just hit 0 kilobytes per second. We will have to see how this goes. Okay, maybe live. Yeah, just let me know if it's like terrible quality. It's buffering. Oh man. Yeah. There's not really a lot I can do about this because I use mobile data for my internet. I don't have broadband, which is good enough here, so I have to use mobile, and sometimes there are issues with that for like on a day like today when it's really clear. I actually have better internet when it's overcast because it like bounces underneath the underneath that. Oh, hey Jewel, thank you. Live chat. Sharp but stuttering. Okay. Well, I'm sure the playback will be all right. So let me jump over to my monitor. All right. Turn down the quality to 720. Well, it'll just upload at whatever rate it can upload at. So it might be uploading at like 360 or 240. Might not be so good, but hey, that's it's all part of the fun. So today we're going to be making wicker. This is actually a shader I made a few years ago. It's just using displacement, but this is kind of what we're going for. This has more customization. We're just going to do like one stake, one weaving. So the stakes are the verticals that generally stay straight, and the weaving is the horizontal that weaves in between the stakes. So we're going to be doing something with that. And we're also going to be using this this material, this texture, which is from Polygon, kindly provided by. So if you want to grab that as well, then you can grab that down in the description. Bassam, can this be applied to any mesh? Yes, it can be. Any mesh with a UV map. You're saying to decrease the samples of the stream. I mean, it's like it's hitting 0. OBS is hitting 0. So it's aiming for 5000, which should be 1080p. But it will just do less. So YouTube's pretty good at adjusting based on upload speed. Hopefully it'll resolve itself in time, but we're just going to go ahead and start working with this. All right. So yeah, the idea is that just like in a shader where we can do stuff with a UV map, we're going to be using geometry nodes instead to make real geometry, and therefore we'll be able to make any kind of flat system. So that's going to be stuff like wicker, stuff like knitted materials, any sort of like architectural paneling as well, anything that you can like arrange flat. We'll be able to work out how to like take this and then wrap it onto something. There's a few extra little steps to go through. It's not perfect because I'm not doing anything like barycentric transforms. We're just doing, we'll just be basing the depth off the normals. All right. Hopefully everybody's doing good. Let's jump in here. Also, if anybody's using the new 3.2, or if anybody is unsure about upgrading to 3.2, I recommend it. We've got some new nodes in 3.2, so we've got the store named attribute and the remove named attribute. We have the input node, which is the named attribute input, and we also have the geometry duplicate elements. So I think these are the main for for 3.2. I'm obviously in 3.3 at the moment, which has a few more things, but if you're on the fence about upgrading to 3.2, definitely do it. There's also the new update to the new version of Python, so some of your add-ons will break, potentially, but it's also a lot faster and just generally an improvement. The new sculpt tools as well, and vertex painting, and just all of that stuff kind of got refactored and rebuilt, so it's definitely worth the upgrade. All right. Oh man, it's so unnerving. I've got YouTube Studio on my other monitor, and it's just like constantly erroring. Hopefully it's alright. The live is stuttering too hard. Yeah, no doubt. Hopefully it'll resolve itself. Can somebody check actually, like if you rewind a little bit in the live, does it play smoothly or does it play with stutters? Because as long as the replay is smooth, then I'm happy with that. It's just, it's a nice easy format for me to actually produce content without too much stress. Let's make sure that we're saving here today. All right. Oh, OBS gives me a percent for the number of dropped frames as well. Currently 45.3% frames are getting dropped. You grew up learning with slideshow, so this is fine. Nice. Replay is smooth. Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, let's go ahead. So the premise of this is that we can take a weave laid flat and wrap it onto something. So first of all, we need a weave, and then we need to work out how to wrap it onto something. And then we need to turn that weave into like a proper 3D weave going through. Oh, people are saying that it stutters on the replay as well. I'm not sure what to do. What do people think? Should I record just a regular tutorial and just upload it later today? Or should I try and carry on with the live? I'm open to either. I mean, if it's stuttery, maybe I should just do a tutorial and upload it. Or like a live style tutorial. Oh, some people saying, Mick, it's okay. Oh. Night has a loading screen. Oh, how frustrating. Can I make a poll? Yes. Let me just do this way. What if we take the stream and move it somewhere else? I think it's my actual internet. Like it's on me. My actual upload speed. Yeah, I am using OBS. Yeah, I mean, it seems alright actually at the moment. We're at like 5,000 kilobits per second upload. Okay, people saying live. You just refreshed and it seems better. Oh man. Technology, eh? Hey, Renter Rights, how's it going, buddy? Alright, I'm just going to carry on here. Oh, we're like getting closer to 50-50 split. Maybe I'll just do the live and then yeah. I mean, as long as it'll be fine. As long as the playback is followable, that's the main thing. Hey, Blue Jay, how's it going? All right, so first things first, I don't need my input mesh, or do I? No, I don't. Okay, we're going to make the weave first, and then we're going to think about how we're going to turn it into a basket afterwards. let's make our new node tree. I'm going to call this one Wicker. I'm going to save this. My object's going to be the Wicker. And I'll just use like input objects, so I'll have a separate collection for my things to turn into baskets. And I know people were saying about turning the baby into a basket. We're going to be able to do that if we get a baby with a UV map. Right then. So first things first, I'm actually going to use a mesh line. And this is going to be our stake, so the upright. And because we're going to be doing all of this within the UV map, or sort of applying it to a UV map, what we can do is we just want to fill this, everything has to go within this 0 to 1 space in the X and Y plane. So if we take a mesh line, then we can do, if this is going to be our stake, we can take endpoints so that we can make sure that we pick between 0 and 1. So it'll be 0 and 1 in that direction. Oh, that's a 10 meter gap. There we go. So actually, this space here. So we've got our horizontal. All right, so this is the weaving. And then we can also take another one, which is going to be our stake. And this one is going to go up in the y-axis instead. So if we just instance these on points, and it cut out again. Oh man, so frustrating. If I do it this way, then we've got all of our stakes. And if I do the same but the opposite, then we've got our weaving. So the number that we have vertically is defined by the second one, and the one that we have horizontally is defined by the first one. Super, super easy. And also all of these have all of the points, right? So as we do our weaving, so these horizontal ones, for every single, if I just join these together, every single one of these points wants to move either downwards or upwards by some amount, so that we get this sort of zigzag for each opposite line. So as we go through and do this, we'll want to capture some information that we can then use later. So the main one that we're going to be using actually is the index. So for every single one of these points, we will save just the integer value. Jamal, why do the developers disagree when it comes to curve and spline node names? So the issue with this is that splines are apparently not like common parlance, like it's not in the common use of English. So people, the developers in general, and I think this is probably a good thing, want to call individual curves a curve rather than splines, and then for multiples to just be curves plural. I'm not sure how well that's going to work with like non-native English speakers, because curve and curves looks very similar, but curve and spline looks quite different. Yeah, I don't know. Well, that poll that I just did 5 minutes ago, we've just passed 50% of people wanting this to be recorded instead of live. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should stop. Maybe I should stop and just do a recorded one. I mean, literally as I'm saying that, OBS just hit 0 kilobits per second again. Oh, but we're back up. All right. I'm going to persevere. So we want to capture our indices here so that we've got, for example, if we've got 0 here and then 1 and then 2. What we want is you need a 2/3 majority. It's certainly going that way, Kellen. It's like just adding a percent constantly. So just like how we would with shaders, we can take an alternating row. So we can do index, and then we can do basically modulo by 2, so then we'll have 0, 1, 0, 1, etc. And then we can use this to basically go up or down, and we can define it based on this mask that we'll make. Stuttering pretty bad. I kind of want to hear if it's actually stuttering from my end. Wait, just give me 1 sec to listen to this. Alright. Load up. By some amount, so that we get this sort of zigzag for each opposite line. So as we go through and do this, we'll want to capture some information that we can then use later. So the main one that we're going to be using actually is the index. So for every single one is actually stuttering so bad. Taking us all out for ice cream. All right. In the interest of just producing content which is actually usable, I think I should probably stop the stream for today and just do a recorded one. And it'll be kind of like live stream format in terms of me just like running through it and recording it, just so I don't have to do too much edit. But then, yeah, so I should still be able to do it and release it today. Damn, what a bummer. Oh, Windows is updating. Yeah, I've checked my internet stuff and nothing's running in the background. So, all right. So I'm gonna drop a video in that case in a few hours, hopefully. Yeah. Try restarting the stream. I think the problem is maybe I should just try restarting my computer. I mean, every time I look at it now, it's like, oh, we're running fine. 5,000 kilobits. Yeah. Hopefully I'll stream again I'm going to try and keep doing streams every 2 weeks. So, Sean vote is actually to continue and then edit it later for recorded. It's just that if I do the live stream now, and then it might take like 4 hours or something, and then, yeah, well, let me. Maybe we're back. Am I on wired? I'm not on wired. I'm on Wi-Fi going through my phone. I don't have good broadband here. My upload speed is like 0.5 meg. So I have to use my phone where I can get like 20 meg. Looks like it might be back up. Yeah, literally it starts improving. I mean, maybe it's just good now. I was worried that I also live in a low signal area for like mobile signal. So I have an aerial on the roof of the house specifically for like boosting mobile data. Maybe this is fine now. Maybe it was just OBS having a tiff. I've done this the whole time on my phone, yeah. People in America don't realize, I think, that in the UK our mobile coverage is pretty like solid and cheap. Like I can get unlimited internet for like unlimited tethering with no restrictions for like 35 quid a month, including like my phone as well. Maybe this is working. Oh, hey Dorian, how's it going, buddy? And Noah? Alright, I'm just going to keep going at this point. I think maybe OBS just had a moment. Well, this is good. Alrighty. So I'm going to just pretend that we're starting from scratch. So we've got our mesh line. We're working in a 0 to 1 space because we're doing this based on UV maps. So we've got our horizontal line just in that 0 to 1 in the X space. And we've got a vertical line 0 to 1 in the Y space. And then we're just instancing each one on each other. So we've got our stakes, our weaving, and our stakes here. Now we need to actually move some of these. So the stakes shouldn't weave. The stakes should be pretty much straight lines. They're normally done with stronger, thicker bits of wood, I guess. I'm not sure if it has a special name. And then yeah, I should be able to actually trim the beginning off the stream TT, so hopefully I should just be able to do that afterwards. So yeah, so these ones should be straight and these ones should weave. And to make these ones weave, what we need to do is capture a couple of bits of information. So we need to capture attribute, I need to capture, what am I capturing? So I need to capture the index from these. So let's grab the integer. I'm always taking the index on here. And then this is going to give us our 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 along the base. And I don't know if I need to have this. Just thinking now. If you capture something as, oh no, maybe it is fine. Yeah, we'll carry on with this. If we need to rework it, we can. So we've got our indices here, and let's just go ahead and realize these weavings. And let's set the positions, geometry set position. We're just going to be working out how to make a flat patch, and then we'll start conforming it to a mesh. So we've got our capture attribute. This is going to go through here. So let's take a modulo. So if we do modulo of 2 on an index, you end up with 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. And if you've got zeros and ones, you can either use this as a switch or through a map range. Might use it through a map range for now, just in case I need to change anything later. It's a bit more flexible. So we're going to go 0 can be -1, 1 can be +1, and this can then go through a maybe a multiply. Yeah. So we can change the scale of this one afterwards. Stick this through a combine XYZ, and this can go into our Z, plug this into our offset, and there we go. So now we're starting to get a little bit of a up and down, and we can change the amplitude of that over here. So looking good so far. In fact, we can take this a little bit further, make them smooth by turning them into Beziers and then turning the handles into auto handles. If you've got ETK, you can just use this smooth Bezier node, and that'll do the same thing. What do I use for a mouse overlay? I am actually using the default mouse. So in OBS, properties, you turn off capture cursor, because if you have it on, you get a double cursor. So turn off capture cursor, and then if you have your Windows cursor, whatever size or whatever mouse you want, and then you can use the magnifier. And if you use the magnifier, then you get the mouse to draw in recording software, so you have to have that open. So yeah, that's how I have a huge cursor. All right, so far this is actually looking pretty good, but we need every alternate row to flip the other way instead. So let's oh, you meant on the left. Oh, in here. I'm using screencast keys, which is slightly broken at the moment, but it does generally work. So yeah, screencast keys by Nutty. Let me find a link for that actually, it's super useful. Screencast keys, and it's really important when you download this, it's not like a normal add-on. So with a regular add-on you would just click here, download zip, but with this one, this doesn't count as the add-on. You've got to go into the releases section and make sure that you're downloading like the screencast keys zip from the releases. Let me just copy that for you. Yeah, super useful. Just, yeah, grab the one from the releases and it should work fine. And you can also you can update it from inside Blender. Just in here, update, and just do that. But yeah, if you're ever doing like screencasts or anything like that, recording your screen, definitely worth it. I love how the poll has roughly double the votes of people in the chat. I know, everybody wants an opinion. That's a good thing. Right then, so the next thing I need to do actually is to capture the the index running up them, and I can do that by capturing on the points. So this information will come up here and get assigned like one index per line, and that's going to be exactly what we need. Hey, you're how's it going? So we can just use this now. So this one again, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's do another modulo 2. And then this is going to give us our 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. If we again remap this to from 0 to 1 to -1 to 1, then we can multiply it by the one above, then we're essentially going to be flipping every single one that was -1. So now we're starting to get to a point where we can get some kind of weaving pattern going on here. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Yeah, shout in the chat if the internet drops again. It actually seems to be pretty consistent now. I'm glad. Thank you for pushing me to restart it. Right. So the next thing to do here is if we were to just join these up here. Now we should have our vertical ones. Oh, but the smooth Bezier doesn't like that. What's going on? Oh, right, because some of these are not curves. Because they're instances. There we go. Great. And then you can do however you want to, fill these out. So I'm just going to use the pipes node there. Okay, so this is kind of essentially how you can build up a wicker patch. But obviously we want a little bit more control of this. We don't want this to just be a 0 to 1 square. We want this to be like, we want it to wrap around things. We want to be able to make a wicker baby. So how do we take this and then sort of proceduralize this into a bigger system? I'd love to see your take on doing knots parametrically. Ooh, knots are like seriously complicated. Some of them are just maths, right? But like, is one called like a monkey fist? And then you've got like figure of eights and double figure of eights, and there's so many types of knot, and I think each one would kind of need its own maths. I imagine that is the kind of thing that somebody has made a lot of maths for before. There's actually an add-on. Hang on. I remember literally seeing a couple of weeks ago an add-on for knots. Maybe with splines. There's definitely... Oh, is it Knotus? I'm guessing it is. Let me just wait for this to load. Oh yeah, for sure it's this one. Oh, you can see how bad my download is. I'll just drop a link. So yeah, Knotus is a cool one. Just pondering applying what he's doing to Celtic knotwork. Yeah. Celtic stuff is really nicely like proceduralizable. Like you can make a parametric system that makes those sorts of knots. And yeah, anything like that where you have loads of symmetry and repetition, you can sort of break apart. You just got to think of like what's the base kind of structures for them. Okay, so how do we take this general wicker section and make it into something else? Well, first of all, this happens in the z-axis, which means that it's not really always going to work. Like if we would rotate this in any other axis, like if I take a transform and I rotate it like this, all of these are now going up. Like they're in the global z. So rather than using the z-axis here, this has to be based on the normal of whatever object it is that we wrap it to. So that's the first thing. There's going to be something happening over here with this going into the normal. So we can just frame this up, Control J. And then I wonder if I should group these. I've said before about not using groups because it like puts them down a level. I think I'll leave them exposed for now. If I was making this myself, I would probably put these into a group and then have like some multiplication. So you could pass in like the row index and the point index, and then you would also pass in your normal vector, and then it would just basically move the things, right? I'm just going to keep this as one level to make it easier to, like, as a learning resource. But so this is I'm going to call it the weave offset. So this controls like the intensity, and we can change this multiply here, set a value on here, which I'm going to make red. And this can be our height offset. There we go. Does node building knowledge count as programming knowledge? Yes, it absolutely does. I'm not a scripter at all, but I have a lot of like exposure to this kind of systematic thinking. Is that the right word? Systemic thinking. And it means that I can actually like pick up coding stuff surprisingly quickly for somebody who is pretty much like afraid of code. All right, so the next thing that we need here is we need to just stick this onto something. So let's add a mesh, right? Let's just start with Suzanne, because Suzanne is a good example. Why not use group inputs and expose the values? I mean, I might put the whole thing into a group at the end, but for now, I think having everything as one level so that you can kind of see things, at least for like a learning point of view, I find it really helps me, and especially as like a non-programmer generally, if I can see loads of different things, I can be like, oh, that's nearly pi, that's nearly 2 pi, so therefore there's probably some kind of connection there. And like just having it all laid out, I feel like makes a lot of sense. I'm going to make a collection here actually for basket objects, and I'm going to stick Suzanne in there. I'm going to hide it. So in our wicker object, what we're going to do is we're going to bring in this object, this basket objects collection. And this just means that we can put as many things as we want in the collection, and it's going to turn them all into wicker. Or is it? Maybe it wouldn't actually. So one of the limitations of what we're going to be doing with UV maps is that you can't have overlapping islands. If it overlaps, geometry nodes can't pick which thing to stick onto which island. So it will kind of just do it randomly. So that's kind of an issue. If we want to process a whole folder, we kind of need one thing. We need like one object per basket, right? So I'm just going to undo that. And this might be something that we want to proceduralize as well through the input. So I'm going to also just plug this into the group input so that I've got it as an outside thing. Set it to relative so that it respects the location. I'm going to pin this node tree as well. So what we want is to unwrap Suzanne. So if I just come in here and I set position, and I need to set the positions just to the UV coordinates. So we can come in here, and I'll just use a named attribute node, and I can call UV map like that, and there we go. So we've got a lot of stretching going on. This is because Suzanne does not have any seams marked, and there's no real convenient way for us to unwrap without seams, so we're just going to split every edge. Let's go ahead and grab a mesh, split edges, and there we go. So it's actually quite an easy process, this. We can lerp in between these if you want to kind of visualize what's going on here. Position. So you can see there that you've got Suzanne going down to Suzanne unwrapped. And this is kind of how we do it, right? We take this and we find out which part of this exists on that bit of the island. And then we find what the previous position was for this and we send it back to that. So what we need to do is we need to actually save. Before we split the edges, we can capture on here, capture an attribute, which is going to be the vector position. And this is the original position of all of the points. What is the best way to learn geometry nodes? To do geometry nodes? Just do it. If you are worried about not being able to like learn it quickly, or if it's like something which seems too vague for you, then you can just come up with a project. Like if you find something that you're like, oh, I really want to, let's say you're doing like architectural visualization and you've got some stairs and it's like, oh man, it's such a pain to like duplicate every single step. I wonder if there's a way that I can do this with geometry nodes. And there is. You can just take like a mesh line, set your angle, and instance your step object on it. And it's just like little exercises like that as you start to integrate geometry nodes into your general everyday workflow. Doing stuff like this is maybe a little bit too advanced, but obviously following tutorials where you're sort of fed the answers, that's also a really good way to learn. As long as you apply it afterwards, that's the main thing. Jewel, does it work like that because Suzanne is already UV unwrapped by default? Yeah, basically, because she's already got UV map as an attribute, we can unwrap it. But you can, if I was to switch this out with like an icosphere, these also have a default unwrap, right? So if I was to switch that to icosphere, then we've got the icosphere unwrap. Or if we were to add just anything, like if I had a super toroid, that's just a torus. If I had a torus knot, that's a bit more interesting. And if I do like a smart UV projection on here, and then instead of using that icosphere, we can use the torus knot instead, then you can see how that's been unwrapped. So basically, as long as we have this UV map being the name of the attribute, we can call it inside our node tree and use this. You can see that we're getting some overlaps here, so this would be problematic. You would definitely want to do a bit more of a manual like setting seams and doing the unwrap if you've got something like this. Johnny Matthews explaining the nodes was super helpful. Yeah, Johnny, especially because he makes loads of these nodes. So if you're wanting to learn more about stuff like the accumulate node, or just anything that he's been working on, I think he's been doing some cool stuff with instance, scale, rotation, and dimensions or something like that. So that's good for like stacking bookshelves and doing these sort of linear packing. Yeah, he's a really good resource. Hey Alex, how's it going? Would it work with geometry coming from geometry nodes? Yes, kind of. If it's a mesh primitive. So if I was to take a mesh primitive cylinder, plug this in, you can see nothing happens. But if you change this to UV underscore map, then we get that unwrap like that. There's also Let me see if I can find it here. The UV unwrap and pack. Not Houdini. There's some nodes coming which I think are going to land 3.3. They're not already in, are they? No. I think they're going to come pretty soon. But yeah, there should be. I can't find it now. But there's an unwrap and a pack node coming soon. In which case you'll be able to do your marking seams procedurally, unwrapping, packing potentially if you need to, and then just using that with this same kind of setup here, right, to do it fully procedurally. All right. So this is also the same way that I stabilize points for like a deforming mesh, because you know if you distribute points on the surface and it's animated, you can get all of the points just pop, right, because it changes area. So this is a way that you can also distribute points on here. Let's just show this. So if I distribute points on these faces, and then I transfer the position from here, yeah, from here, so attribute transfer, the vector attribute is that original position, face nearest interpolated is fine, and then I do this, right, so now we've got points on our geometry. Oh, Eric, yes, just finish the tessellate node, please. I mean, what do you need to crowdsource in terms of like what questions do you have with the tessellate node? Because it would be so good. It's such a good node, and it was so close to it felt so close to being ready. Was it just the merging, like which? I remember seeing that at the bottom of the diff, but I didn't really understand what you meant by that. Have I found the new duplicate elements node useful? That is the geometry duplicate elements. To me, it's another band-aid for a lack of loops. I'm sure it's fine, but it's, you know, we were just doing the mesh line instancing before. It's fine. It's fine, but to me it just feels like, oh, we don't have a loop node, so we need to have a special node for doing duplicate instances or duplicate points, duplicate faces. Hey Trace, how's it going, buddy? It's been a little while since I've streamed. And yes, I'm working in Blender 3.3 alpha today, but nothing that we're doing is specific to 3.3. These named attribute nodes are in 3.2 as well. Oh yeah, the physics engines. Physics is happening as soon as the hair stuff is out the door, I think. I was in the module meeting, maybe not last Wednesday, the Wednesday before, and Hans was saying that once hair's out, the next thing is going to be adding physics solvers. Don't hold me or him to that, but obviously that's kind of the intention, I think, at the moment. But yeah, very cool to see that there's some more physics stuff going on, because you can hopefully at least, I mean, I think it would be cool if we could have for loops, because then you've got, like, you can make your own solvers, but if you've got solvers, then I wonder if perhaps you can, like, reverse hack them into loops. So I wonder if there's some stuff that we can do, like some janky, hacky stuff that we can do with those. Right, so anyway, this is basically the process, right? You can take a thing, stick it on a UV map, distribute points, or as we're going to do, create our wicker, and then you can just basically send it back with a transfer to the original positions. So instead of distribute points, what we need to do is we need to transfer these points. So our wicker, let's just frame all of this up, Control J. So this is our mesh UV map. And then we can basically take this, and we need to do two things. First of all, we need to delete everything which does not exist on top of here. So let's go ahead and do that. Really simple. We're just going to use a geometry, delete geometry, and deleting points or edges. Water time. Thank you, Spectrum. I always get so dehydrated. Make sure you're all drinking, folks. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to be deleting points with a raycast. It's probably the easiest way here. You could also use a distance, like a geometry proximity. I think raycast is probably the best one for this one. Flip Fluids add-on has cracked mixing colours in Fluid Sim, really. There's a lot of cool stuff in the world with fluid dynamics. People are doing some cool stuff. So let's, if we shoot these down, we'll probably want to do something with our source position. This is the target geometry, so let's take our source position, which is the position of this relative to the raycast, right? So if I'm doing, so the main reason for this, right, is if I shoot down, these ones are just going to shoot down forever. So they're always going to think that they're not on the mesh. So if I pretend that the source position is higher, then they will all hit whatever's below them. I don't have to go too much higher. So what we can do is we can just take a position node. I can add something to the z-axis. Let's go just 1. And I'll use this as my source position. So it's just translating it upwards. Ray direction is -1. That's fine. And if it is not a hit, then we delete it. If I look at this, then you can see that we've already got some holes appearing, so that's good. We just need more points. We need many more points. Let's increase something like this, and maybe something like this. All right, cool. So you can kind of see where this is going. We have this height offset thing. Still, this is happening in the z-axis, so we need to work out what we're doing. Dre's, just a curious question. You have wicker baskets in the thumbnail. Did you previously make this setup before doing it now live? Well, I did make it a few weeks ago, and I have it open next to me, and it's like, oh, there's a lot of nodes. I don't really understand what's going on. Like, once I've made it, I'm like, oh, you're right, yeah, it does that. But while I'm actually looking at this, it's like, whoa, there's kind of too much for me to think about there. And the ones in the thumbnail I made a couple of years ago, they're actually a shader. They're a shader that you can download. It's on my Gumroad. It's called Wicker. Is it just gum.co? Yes, it is. So if you want a nice, easy shader version, just vector displaced, then, or not even vector displaced, it's just regular displacement, then that actually works fairly good. I think that was like my second shader. I made Timber and Wicker pretty close together, and they were like while I was starting Proceduralism. Okay. So we've got this, and we've cut out all of the bits which don't make sense, and now we need to set the positions of what is remaining. And this is going to be based on this transfer attribute. So if I set that back to the position, suddenly we have something which is Suzanne shaped again. And then this is cool because it means that we can now use the regular old normals for our displacement. So I'm going to move this set position and I'm going to put it over here. And this is important because I need to I need to take the normals right from this mesh, this original mesh, and I need to send them to this state. So I can't just join these two together. I have to have them as separate set positions. And then we're going to instead of using just the z-axis here, we're going to use all of this stuff as a scale for the normal that we transfer. So I'm going to bring in another transfer and take our object, and we can just transfer the normal attribute over, I mean, if I do it to that, everything should explode, which is exactly what we want. But now we can just drop in our scale on here, vector, set this to scale. There we go. And let's just make sure it's sense check this with some mesh. Alright, so this is starting to look kind of meshy, right? It's not perfect, but it's getting somewhere. We maybe just need a little bit more resolution on here as well, so let's increase our X there. Cool. So the higher our resolution, the more, basically the neater our seams are going to be for a start, and that's one of the main things. Because where we cut this off, it just looks a bit janky. What we can do is we can actually run an additional bit of decoration around the seams, and we can find them somewhat procedurally. Because every seam is, in terms of this, a boundary loop. So we can find where all of the boundary loops are, extract them, turn them into curves, and then loft a pressure, like a bit of profile along it, and just twist it. That would kind of be the best thing to do. I think somebody mentioned before about doing like a 5-core weave. I'm not sure if they were talking about like making ropes, but essentially that's what we can do here. So let's go and do that nice and easy. I need to do something. So right now, all of these are split edges. And when you have split edges, that means that each one of these faces is an island in itself. What I need to do, therefore, is once I've got this set position and separately here, I'm going to merge by distance. So now I've just got 5 islands. If I take this, then I can find the boundary loops. Just wondering about doubling up actually. Because right now, everywhere that is, because a seam obviously exists in 2 places. So I wonder if that's going to cause us a problem. Maybe it'll be fine actually. So if, what I'm thinking is that once we get the, once we've merged this here, we can find our boundary loops, and then when we stick it back together, we can just merge again. I think that'll work fine. So let's delete everything that's not a boundary loop. Geometry, delete geometry. There we go. And we can delete points, this is fine. Thanks, Tiny Nick. How's it going, by the way? Hope you're doing good. It's been a little while. I need to use boundary loop. Oh, okay, so if you don't have ETK, then, I mean, if you have ETK, then you can just do this, right? And that's nice and easy. But if you don't have it, then a boundary loop is where your face neighbors, edge neighbors, basically where an edge only has one face attached to it, that will be a guaranteed boundary. So if I look for where this is not equal to 1, then it will be every face, or every point will be deleted that is not on the boundary. So why is there so much additional stuff getting deleted here? Well, that's a good question. Maybe if we change this to edge, that seems to work a bit better there. Oh right, yeah, because this will be obviously evaluated in whichever domain is over here. Rookie error. So as long as your domain is set to edge, you'll get your boundary loops. There we go. We can now transfer these attributes back. So we've already got this. If I go set position, and I set the position with these transferred attributes, then that's pretty good. But we definitely have some strangeness happening here. Maybe nearest point looks a little bit better. Nearest face interpolated it's all right as well. I'm going to leave it like that, and then we can just merge again, right? And that should prevent our double seams happening. So now we've got all of our seams, and we can now use these for decoration, right? So let's just go ahead. Let's call this one isolate seams. Kind of like Nuggets icon. Let's take the mesh to curve in here, curve to mesh, and now we can do something fun with our profiles. So let's grab, we don't just want to use a curved circle, because obviously this is just going to give us something big. Let's make our radius a little bit more reasonable, and our resolution maybe 8. Don't need such high polygon count. So this is pretty good. This looks pretty similar to what we've got for our main curves, and I should control all of these the same. If you want to have different controls in different places, or like the same control in multiple places, a couple of things you can do. We can either go into somewhere like this and take our radius, plug this into the group input. In fact, maybe this is probably the best way to do it. Or the alternative would be to have it as a data block separately, which you can then use in multiple node trees. So if I set this to 0.01, Control G, so it's inside a node group, and this can be like my radius control. And then if I was to have multiples of these, then anything which is stored inside this node group, even if it's literally just the output there, I can change this now, and it's its own data block, if that makes sense, so you can use it everywhere. In this case, I'm just going to use the group input output because it's convenient. Oops. And I can just duplicate this one as well. All right, so back to here. Now this isn't bad, but it's not amazing. Let's resample our curve to have more points. So curve, resample curve. And we'll go based on length here. 0.1 is probably okay. We also want to twist these, but before we do, we really need to make our profile a little bit more interesting. So we're going to use another circle with the same radius, I think. Let's maybe go for 3 core. And we're going to instance on points like this. There you go, so you've got something in that kind of ballpark. Maybe you want a little bit more, just so that you've got, yeah, something like that. And I'm going to multiply the radius so that I've got that control in a way which is a bit more sensible. So from here, Dre's is taking on loads of work. Nice. I love how you keep being like, I'm going to take a break, I'm going to have a break, I'm going to have some time off. And then you're just like, I took on so many new projects. I feel like everybody is like such a high achiever in the Blender community. It's ridiculous. It's so hard to keep up with people. So curve to mesh. Instead of using that original profile, we're going to now use our 8 core. Oh right, it's an instance, so we just need to realize that. Not you. You're probably producing more than you think you are as well. Curve to mesh. Oh, am I playing animation? Okay, stop that. So we've got our curve to mesh, we've got our resample curve. We need these to twist rather than just be like long sticks. So let's go ahead and chuck on a curve. Set curve tilt. And we could use the factor, but in this case we're actually going to use the length to make sure that it's kind of normal for everything. It's not twisting way more in one place than other. So let's use the spline parameter node. Instead of the factor, the length on here, so let's take a multiply. And we'll be plugging this through the tilt here. So there's something high enough that it doesn't break, but yeah, something like that looks pretty good. Might need a few more points on here, and then I can go for a little bit more of a twist as well. All right, looking cool. Hey, good to see you as well there. I feel like it's been longer than it has been since my last stream. Was it like 2 weeks ago? Because we did the Serpent stream, right? And that was not that long ago. Has anybody been using Serpents? It's like, it's the most ridiculous add-on. You can do so much with it. I was wondering actually if you can make, because you can do like mesh operations with Python. So you could probably do geometry nodes, except it's Serpents, and Serpents has loops. So you could do like all of the geometry node stuff plus all of the mesh operation stuff, and still be doing it through a node editor with Serpents. Although obviously you'd still be restricted to Python speeds, but might be a fun experiment. Fazal, how does this compare to Sverchok? I mean, I love Sverchok still. It's faster, and once you know the workarounds in geometry nodes, you can kind of get away with it. You can do loads of stuff. There's yeah, I don't, at least when I'm working inside Blender, I don't feel restricted. As soon as you try and do something where you're like, oh, I just really want to get a UV map out, no, good luck. Geometry nodes breaks UV maps just left, right, and center. So it can be a little bit of a pain. Let me just subdivide this Suzanne as well here. Make it a little bit more, a little bit smoother. There we go. Got some, that's this issue here. This is from cyclic curves. All right, Control J. Let's call this one make edging. And I might also want to have a way of getting manual edging, so I can like add another bit. Like, okay, I want an edge specifically here. Yeah. The double seams on the eyes, I'm not sure how I feel about that. We might, well, I'll come back into this in a bit as well anyway. But if I just join these up, then, I mean, it looks pretty good. I love how like ridiculously fast this stream has been as well. There's so many, we can do so many different patterns. Surely there's more to it than this. Like, why was that other setup I did so complicated? Using the normals, that's fine. The amplitude, that's fine. Okay, skin on UVs. Interesting. So, if we wanted to texture these, there's two ways that we might want to texture. We might want to texture based on the actual UV map, and we might also want to texture based on like the surface of these splines. We're definitely having some issue with these stakes getting ripply. Is that to do with our smooth Bezier node? The stakes should definitely be straight. Oh, I just realized what's going on. So the reason the stakes aren't straight is because we are joining everything together, and then we are setting the positions. So what we need to do as well is we need to make a boolean for just the weaving. So let's take these, which are our horizontals, and we're going to capture an attribute on here. We're just going to capture a boolean, and I'm going to set this to on, and now I have a mask, nice and easy. Hey Raphael, how's it going? If I plug this through to my set position over yonder, then I should, in theory, there we go. You can see how that's changing a little bit in there, hopefully. There we go. That looks a lot better, having those straight bits of weaving. All right. What am I doing? So I want to do the texturing, and I want to do custom sections as well, where I can say, okay, this bit here, I want to set this specifically as a bit of an edge. I'm just wondering if I should have a way to override the seams as well. I mean, I think the seams is probably quite useful just because we've got edging sections like down here where we don't want to see these holes, right? And it definitely looks better having that covered. So let's just leave it as that. Let's just do our texturing. So textures, we can take from here. If I've got my, do you know what, I could just capture it. This is when named attributes come in super useful. So we've got our grid, all of our points. And I can just use a store named attribute if you're using 3.2 or higher. And we're going to be writing a new attribute on here. It's a vector, it's the position. It's already in the 0 to 1 space, so it works for a UV map. And this can be our main UV. There we go. Can you clamp light waves? Yes. If you want to. You just do it in here and you clamp the direct light. Or how do you mean? Like for not seeing through the wicker? Not sure how we would do that. Maybe some kind of like internal structure. I mean, we've already got the mesh. We could always just scale it along its normals and then use that for like a bit of cloth or something. Sometimes you have inside baskets. Clamp the light waves in the baggie to keep it fresh for later. There's just no way somebody calls it a baggie and doesn't take drugs. I'm sorry. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to, a basket liner, thank you. Yes, a basket liner. We need to find a way to get our shapes on here. So I need my profile curve and I need my longitudinal curve. And I need the factor for them, and then I need to multiply one of them by the length. Let's see how this goes. So instead of using ETK pipes here, what we're going to do is we're going to switch these out. You know, a lot of mums who use the word baggy, really? Maybe it's just not an English thing. I'm pretty sure it's only like you get your weed in a baggie. So let's grab a curve to mesh. Am I working with curves at this point? I think so, yeah. The smooth Bezier does that. Let's grab a curved circle. And I'll grab my radius on this as well. So it's all just how it was before, but I accidentally left the resolution really high. Let's set this down to 8, just so it's a little bit more consistent. 8's probably way too high as well. Like if you're making these, you could definitely get away with like a 6 or a 5 for your for making something look roundish. So to get our pseudo UV map that we can use for our swanky looking polygon texture, let's grab a capture attribute and we can just capture, oh, it's not very fast, capture both of these. I need to capture the spline parameter, factor, and that's going to go into both, so the factor in both here. And then after our curve to mesh, we can store this as a named attribute for our wicker UV. And I'm going to combine these into an XYZ. So CX. The longitudinal ones are actually going to be my Y, I think, and my X is going to come from my curve, my profile curve. But here's another thing, right? So when you've got a long curve, you don't necessarily want your UV map to be 0 to 1 along the length. You want it to be a little bit more normalized. So we can do this based on the curve length itself. So if we take, I mean, I could just do it with the curve length here. Let's just do that. So we're going to take our curve length and go into here. And I can always add a multiply if I need to adjust this afterwards. Or I could just do that in the shader. That's probably the easiest way. And then we're just going to store this vector on the mesh called Wicker UV. Okay. We should probably apply some materials. Set material. And this is a very simple material. It's just going to be, for now, we're just going to be looking at the UV maps to make sure that nothing's going wrong. And we can grab these with the attribute nodes. So we've got one called main UV, and this should give us like a standard, there we go, standard UV unwrap based on our thing. Although we're missing our profile curves. I wonder if we should just, we need to add some tags for this. I need to be able to tag these edging sections just so that we can have them. I need to tag my stakes or my weaving so that I've got an alternate one that I can use for different colors. And I also need to tag, I wonder if we should do mesh islands. Nah, I'll leave that. We can do, yeah, but we do need to add our UV map to these edging pieces. And to do this, let's find where we've got them. I'll just do it while it's on the floor here. So we can capture down here as well. Or actually just store, just like we did before. Looks like a 90s sweater. So let's grab these. I'm just going to stick that on there with another position node. Hopefully, when we come back to our final piece here, there we go. That's given us a little bit better colors on there. They do seem to generally follow. So that's good if we've got like a general overarching texture. For example, if I can just stick in a Voronoi now, right, and it's going to follow everything. However, we also want to have our individual spline wicker UV. So let's grab that, make sure that's working. So this one is a little bit blurry here, and this is to do with how the UVs are actually made. There's a slightly worse way of doing it. Well, I mean, it gives you clean UVs, but it's just not a very pleasant process. Let's do it anyway. So our curved circle, what we have to do is, I can't remember who showed me this, but basically, if we have a curve circle like this, the issue is that our factor goes from like 0 around here to our final point, which can be about here, and then that final section goes in reverse. Hey Sharon, how's it going? So if we're going in reverse here, that's the problem, right? So what we really want to do is we want to have a line which goes all the way around and also duplicates on this end one. And we can use the factor of that transferred to this. It's a little bit of a janky process, but essentially we can do it and then we can merge things afterwards. So let's take our circle. And then, oh, Quackle's hey as well. God, it's like the whole gang. Let's grab let's grab another object. So we're doing a 6-point resolution on here. I'm going to actually pull this off as an integer. And we just need to make sure we can see what we're doing. I'm also going to grab a curve line. which I'm going to resample to have a number of points that is 1 greater. So this add 1. So I'm going to have a curved line with 7 points, which means that our 0 and 6 can overlap in the same place. So let's just throw these in like so. Obviously all procedural, all linked together, should work nicely. Then the next thing that we want is to transfer the positions. Actually, do you know what we could do? Rather than doing any of this rubbish, we can just use a spiral. So let's set our radius start and end to be the same. And we can set our height to be 0, and our rotation can just be 1. Now if I set this to something like 6, then we do actually have 2 overlapping points on there. So if I set this to exactly 1, this should be perfect. So now we can capture that factor. That's all going to work nicely. And we actually need to recapture it onto, not points, we need to capture this onto face corners. And then to make sure the normals all work, we can merge by distance. Okay, hopefully that wasn't super confusing. I'm sure it probably was, but essentially we're taking the spiral so that we've got a continuous single point with a duplicate on the end. We're storing this on face corners, that's where UVs want to go anyway, and it just means that we can, when we merge this, we're not going to get that like duplicate data. That should be fine. Blue, no worries. You don't understand anything about geometry nodes, it will come. Yeah, it'll come. I've seen so many people over the last year learn geometry nodes from like not knowing it at all to knowing it like really, really well. So yeah, it's definitely a learnable skill. Let's have a look at our set material. Let's see if our UVs are a little bit cleaner. Hopefully we should have an actual seam on them now. Yes. So we actually have like a hard break there now because we've stored this on the face corners. So proper UVs without reverse section. How many vertices in a Suzanne? That's a good question. $507? I feel like I should know that, having built Suzanne. Does anyone else feel guilty for not answering enough beginner questions or sharing enough tutorials? Yeah, I do, actually, I really do. And we have a channel on Discord, which if people are interested in Discord, go and check it out. And you've got there's a tutorials ideas one here on the left on our server, and basically you can provide an idea for a tutorial. Sometimes people just answer your question and it's like, this doesn't need a tutorial, here's the answer. And other times it's just really useful for those of us who want to make tutorials and we don't necessarily have an idea for it, to be like, oh, okay, let's do this one today because this one's been requested a few times. Okay, there's some like weird offsetting going on here. I'm assuming this is to do with the UV map, but oh yeah, Reddit Blender help. If you're a Reddit person, that is also very useful. We need to do basically the same store named attribute stuff on our edging. I wonder if instead of doing this curve to mesh here, we could just merge this set curve tilt with this one. And then does that actually just totally make the edging? No. Okay. Oh, see you later, Sharon. Yeah, it's super late. Super late for you. Okay, so we just need to do a little bit of duplicate effort here, just to make sure that we're making UV maps of our edging pieces. Same ideas though. Is there a way for us to make this simpler? Probably. Let's take our spiral, that can go down here. Oh, but it's not just a spiral. Okay, we do all of this, and we merge. So if all of this was one utility, right, Control G into a group. Make sure you're saving along the way here. We've got, on the bottom, we've got our profile curve. And we've got our main curve on the tops there. And then do we want to have an option, I guess, for filling caps. And we also want to have an option for what to call our UV map once it's been made. So I'll pass out that Wicker UV socket. And that should do. I love how everyone's like, sleep? What? Sleep? You sleep for 9-10 hours. That's good. I mean, that's like a lot of time in bed. I feel like at Christmas I was definitely sleeping for like a lot of hours, like 10 hours. I was spending like 12 hours in bed each day as well. Monk Michael, how was my time at Unity? I still work. I've not been fired yet. No, I'm having a great time. I really like working there. It's like, it's like genuinely so much fun. Everybody is so clever. Like, I think I was telling this to Sharon yesterday, like I'll be in a meeting or I'll be trying to do something and I'll be like so frustrated with how, like, not like I'm talking myself down, but like I feel very stupid. Like I feel I feel very ill-equipped with my own like intellectual ability when I'm working at Unity, and like this is not something that I've always been fairly intelligent, I think, like just generally, but then like when you go and work at somewhere like Unity and everybody is just like ridiculously intelligent, it's like, oh god, okay, this is a bit more than I was expecting. There we go, curve UVs. But yeah, no, everybody at Unity is just so nice as well. Meshed curve UVs. There we go. Typing in the dark drunk. Sounds intimidating. It is kind of intimidating. Thanks, Nick. Man, these store named attributes are slow as hell. But we need another one of these. So let's set our curve tilt goes into our main curve, and our realize instances on these goes into our bottom one. This one is also going to be called Wicker UV because I want it on the same UVs. Yeah, being the smartest in the room is not the best situation to be in at all. I definitely feel like in 4 years, 5 years, something like that, I'm going to be so much more sort of advanced in my own like personal practice, just by virtue of being around people who's like I can't even like fathom how much they know. And also like real-time 3D is something which I'm not really super familiar with, so it's a whole lot of new stuff to learn. But yeah, I'm having loads of fun. It's great. If you stop learning, you've stopped making. That's true. Every day is a school day. All right, we've got some hideous looking UVs going on, but I think they should be pretty much what we actually want. Definitely a lot of longitudinal stretching. And then we can also, well, maybe let's just normalize this inside the node tree here. can I? I think I've wrapped it all up now, so I'm going to just do it in the shader instead. So let's add a mapping node, and we just need to scale in the Y direction a little bit more. There we go. The idea is just to get non-stretched stuff. Raphael. I love this, just like, like such a messy commenter. I hope you're having a good Saturday night, Raphael. Raphael, I remember a little while ago, I think it was you came on and you were like, my wife's made me cookies, and then you just had to leave. So funny. Let's grab so okay, we've got some textures that we actually should be using here. So let's grab these Wicker individual ones from here. So these are the polygon textures. You can grab them down in the description. They're pretty, actually, they're really nice. And these ones are, I'm not sure if it's like Wicker or if it's more like rattan, you know, like the twisted stuff. I feel like Wicker is more like actual timber. But yeah. Your eyes burn. It's good for you. It's good feeling. Let's grab these textures. The polygon ones always come with like a whole bunch of maps. And strangely for like Blender people as well, you've got like glossy and reflection. But I guess it's all about, you know, being more accessible to other software. So we're interested in the normals, probably. I've only grabbed the 1K textures, that should be absolutely fine. Not going to do displacement, not going to do, so reflection is like specular. Glossy is roughness, so we'll grab the glossy, the AO. I'm going to grab 2 different color variants. And I'm going to grab, yeah, that'll be fine actually. And I can't just grab all of these in, can I? Nope, just the one. So we've got the normal, glossy, AO, color 1, color 2. There we go. Polygon does have an add-on to set up the materials. But then I don't know, I feel maybe it's just me being a control freak. I just like setting things up a little bit. Your glossy, you've got to invert it. So we've got to grab that one. Node Wrangler. Oh, does it? Does it do your invert as well on the glossy? Can I just, is that Control-Shift-T? Wicker. Do I just grab any? Or do I need, I don't think I've ever done this for the applied thing. Normal, principled. Okay, Control-Shift-T, let's try that again. AO, color 1, color 2, glossy, normal. Certainly thinking. Oh, nice. Oh, I saw somebody having a setup like this earlier today, actually. And they ran into a problem because they were trying to use, they'd procedurally generated geometry and they had this automatically plug into the UV, and they were like, why isn't this working? And it's because you need the box mapping if you don't have a UV. In this case, we are using an attribute. So let's plug in our vector into this vector, and hopefully, oops, we should have something that looks kind of like Wicker. We're going to be using cycles, so we can always do a little bit of a sweet chucks. What is that? Oh my god. Sweet Chocks is another procedural modeling add-on. It's kind of like geometry nodes, but Python based and a little bit more architectural. Oh, somebody asked before, I saw the question and didn't answer. Does geometry nodes have other add-ons like in the same way that Grasshopper does? And it does not yet. So Geometry Nodes is still kind of waiting for a little bit more love from the community to add some more stuff, and just generally more time for it to mature. Let's go for a little bit more of an open weave here. Just give it a sec. There we go. Make sure you're drinking enough water, Raphael. Okay, so we can do additional colouring on this based on the actual UV map. So if you were to actually have a colour, so does anybody have Kill in Small? You normally find me stuff like we found the feet last time. Can you find me a baby model so that we can do a wicker baby in a wicker basket? That would be fun. Yeah, so we are getting slow. I think we need to change the resolution of our stuff over here. I'm using my smooth Bezier setup, and we can just reduce our resolution here to maybe 5 on it. Thank you so much. So there we go. It's not too chunky, but it should be quite a lot faster. Yeah, we're down to 400,000. 250,000. Wow, can I just go to 1 and that's fine? Can I go to 0? Cool. All right. Right, yeah, so we need a little bit more in terms of our... Okay, that's actually definitely a bit too chunky there. We'll stick with this, 3. Yeah, so we want some more tags on stuff that we can pull in as attributes. Oh, the store named attribute makes your life so much easier, because I can now come in and... I'm using this boolean here, but maybe I'll use it. I'll set this as an actual named attribute instead. Wicker baby in a flesh basket. Are we able to use this setup for flesh? Like woven bacon? They all cost money? Oh no, really? Wait, I might have some people. I'm pretty sure I don't have a baby though. Or do I? Somebody sent me an assignment the other day that had children in it. I feel like I would rather... I feel like I'd rather use a baby than children. There's just something about that. I don't know why that's better. Maybe Sketchfab will have these videos. Oh, maybe it was you actually. Woven bacon. These streams always get they get derailed. Baby model. I've definitely had some from people that have human models. There's so many baby Yodas. Oh, right, Grogu. An ugly little gremlin. Maybe a dancing baby. Don't know how I feel about this. I've got people that I can scale actually. Babies can't fight back as much as kids. Oh my god. Grogu, this is the way. Okay. Oh, stream challenge, model a baby as fast as you can. I'm not a character modeler. Does anybody have a baby they can photo scan? You found a thing. The thing will do. Does it have textures? It would be good if we could like texture. So this is the alt weaving boolean, and I'm actually going to use this instead of... Gonna get dark real quick. We're going to use this instead of the capture attribute here, which I know is like a little bit less performant, but seeing as I need it anyway, let's just plug this one in like so, and I can get rid of that. That should be a little bit quicker. What's the best way to send it to me? You're on Discord, aren't you? Discord might be fairly good. Cool. And then the other one I want to do is the edging. So let's grab another store named attribute. The thumbnail doesn't have enough creepy faces. I was doing that baby with the creepy face, and for a start the baby was like just watermarked all over, so I definitely didn't erase watermarks, but then I just felt a bit strange, like I was putting massive eyes on it. I was like, this is just a little bit uncomfortable. Let's grab an edging, make sure this is an on boolean. Voice chat text, yeah, sure, or DMs, either. Depends if you want it to be like with your name forever. Well, the Discord link should be in the description, by the way. All right, edging, let's drop this over down here. So now we should have some additional controls for our shader, just in case we need or want. So we've got the Wicker UV, the main UV, and we've got a couple of other things. So we've got edging, should hopefully give us a white mask for all of our edges. Yes, it does. And we should also have our alt weaving, which should give us our, no, it does not. Interesting. Oh no, of course it doesn't. So that's just our weaving. So we want our weaving and we want our alternate weaving. Having problems with it, your computer tries to open it with a VLC. VLC can open anything. Dude, Rep TS or ArtStation. Oh, TurboSquid. Oh man, I've not had good experiences with TurboSquid. Let's grab. So right, so this should be for just weaving for a start, which should break a lot of stuff. So let's come back in here. Let's fix the name of this one. And then we can, get our alternate ones from every other row. Wait, do I even need this? I don't know why I would. Maybe just the stakes and the weaving is fine. So let's just grab that. There we go. Cool. So in theory, this should now, let's generalize our node setup a little bit here, just so that we've got a tool, I guess, for making, for making these things. I wonder if I need this height offset anymore. Do we need? Let's get rid of this setup here. Yeah, so this can also be based on the height as well, the radius at least. So let's just take everything and stick it all into one big group. And then we'll see what stuff we can pass out so that we've got like a tool that we can reuse. It's always fun. There is that Polish in the chat? I'm afraid I don't read Polish, so I cannot. You can't figure out how to open the file. If you've got 7-zip or something like that, you can use. You can just send me the RAR, and I've got 7-zip, so I should be able to open it. You can open anything with 7-zip. Oh man, so many radiuses being input here. So let's come back to the beginning. So we've got our end radius, start radius. These all radiuses? Okay. 7-zip can 7-zip can do all things. No, it's fine. If you want to talk Polish, that's all good. I can't reply to it, that's all. or if it wasn't Polish, so I'm sorry, whatever language. Okay, so this is our radius, and I'm also going to plug this one up into our offset stuff going up here, the height offset, because this one seems to be the same. This is one of those things about nodes where it's like, oh, I can see that this one's 0.01, that one over there is 0.01, so we've got like a clear match. We can join this together fairly safely. What else do we want to control here? Maybe some of our string names and what material we're assigning. You found people but no babies. Oh, nice. I think I've got your message now, Kellen. 15 megabyte RAR file. Can you? Oh, I mean, you could WeTransfer it. It's probably just because it's got all the textures in it. So, yeah, let's add some string inputs here. So we've got our different attributes for different things. So weaving comes in here. The weaving mask, which also needs to join up to our named attribute there. We need one for our main UV. And I'm also going to plug this one over here. I know that you can have multiple inputs. That's fine. Let's grab another one for our edging mask, which is over here. And we're going to need another way of, we're going to need a way to like join stuff up so that we can like add handles and stuff. Maybe that would still be an island, maybe it'd still work. I don't think we're deleting wires, so that maybe still will work. We'll have to have a go. Compressed, perfect, thank you. Boy head. Let's see what this is. Just bear with me while I download this RAR file from Killin. Is it downloading? Oh, there we go. Yeah, 7-zip will open this fine. We also need our Wicker UVs, so I'll just join these ones up as well. And we want some control for, oh wait, let's just add our material at the back here. Yeah, so we want to have some control for how many stakes and weaving we have. So this first one is going to be our stake density. Man, I could really go for a stake. And the other one is going to be our weaving density. That's not how you spell stake, is it? Or is that like a wooden stake? The night fishing is good. It's like such a surreal like story that's coming from Raphael. I'm gonna go with my gut feeling. That just looks wrong to me. Okay, anyway, so what else could we want? Do we want to have separate radius control for our stakes and weaving? And there's another thing actually that we might want to do is if you've got like, you want to be able to set how many, so you might have like 2 and then 1 and then 2 and then 1, or you might have like 2 and 2, 2 and 2, or, and how could we do that? So you've got like an offsetting, maybe we could just set this to go, yeah, okay. So instead of just having like a uniform 1 and 1 and 1, what we could do is have, so right now we've got 1 and then 1, right? And I'm just going to do this with arrows at each end. But if you were to have, let's say 2, sorry for my bad drawing, and then 2 in the other direction, or you might want to have like 3 in one direction, but then you might only want 1 in the other direction. So we can actually set this all up quite simply because our offset is done here with a 2. And if instead of having that like that, we just have it set up so that we've got, so I need 2 integer inputs. So this one is going to be our, I'm just going to call them weaving A and weaving B. So each can be in each direction. We're going to have a minimum of 1 in each direction as well. Is there a status on the baby? My file was just downloading. Sorry, I wanted to carry on while I was happening. Unless, I mean, Nick, do you have a baby? I mean, like a baby that I can, like a 3D baby. I'm going to do this into a new file in case there's lots of terrible stuff in here. Should I have this on the same screen? Or I've not seen this one yet, so we'll see. It's an OBJ. It's baby delivering. If only there was a stalk to come. Alright, let's grab this. You do not have a 3D baby, unfortunately. That is unfortunate. And then in our downloads, human foot, we've got our young boy head OBJ. Raphael's still saying TurboSquid. Maybe TurboSquid is the way to go. How bad this is. Okay. Is this topology? Oh my god, it's so dense. Is this real? This is like such a high poly sculpt. Why am I making a baby? Because there's a baby in the thumbnail and I'm suggestible and somebody told me to do it. I mean, this is actually not terrible. In terms of like the quality of the mesh, it's like, it's actually pretty good. Let's just decimate it a little bit. Or a lot. Come on. That's pretty good. Still 100,000. Let's go down a little bit lower. Oh, unsubdivide. Yeah, because it is quad mesh actually. Good thinking. Let's maybe go down like 5 levels. That's pretty good. 6 levels. Yeah. Damn, I always forget unsubdivide works. Can we go down 7? Will be a diamond mesh. Let's go to 8. Nick, thank you. I would appreciate that if you. I mean, we can like restart the stream again in 9 months once you've got your. Once we have our model from you. Ooh, let's have a look at this one. That's terrifying, but this one might work. For the sake of credits, where credit's due. Thank you to Very Ennui. Let's, can we just download this? Do I have to sign in? Please don't sign in. Oh, perfect. Oh my god. And it's got UV map, which means that I'm going to still just save this one. Just because I've already got it open. And then let's make a new one here, general. Yeah, we got one. What was this? Just a zip file? Please don't be a virus. OBJ and a texture. Perfect. Let's import these ones instead, yeah. It is a creepy baby. It's just got that kind of dad look that so many 3D models have. Oh, it's sitting up. Actually, not that bad. Strange. Okay, let's just copy this one, copy object into our working file here. Where's my file? Is it this one? Yes. Okay. Let's go to our basket objects and we'll just copy the baby in. Baby is huge. This is so strange now. It's got mummy's eyes. There's no roughness map or anything, it's just... Oops. Cool. Great. Well, this is going to be interesting. Just before we do this, let's finish sorting out our like alternating pattern stuff. The baby needs more faces. Oh, you're gonna... Really? Am I gonna... So with weaving A and weaving B, we need our modulo to basically be the sum of A and B. So let's just add these two together. So if you have 1 and then 1, then you're going to be modulating at 2. And then we also need this cutoff to basically be greater than whichever is the bottom one, right? So weaving A, if it's 1 and 1, and then greater than 1 is going to be 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, right? And if I just plug this one into the bottom of that modulo, suddenly this is looking a little bit strange, but just because, there we go, this just needs setting up a little bit better. So if both of these are 1, it should be standard. Why doesn't it work? There we go. So let's debug what's going on here. Make a baby. Oh, into the spider doll in Toy Story. You know, we've got the inverse kinematics set up. We actually could. I wonder if we could make it run as well. Because we can we do any kind of rigging? Like, if you've got your inverse kinematic set up, we would, I think you would need the, some like barycentric transforms on the, so that you've got like a regular, oh, but there was that thing with the, I never made it, but there's a tutorial on making curve deformers. It does look quite complicated. It's got like proper matrix multiplication in it. Maybe that's like one for the future, turning it into a like horrifying running creature. Yeah, so for now, so we're going to modulate at 2 and then greater than 1. Why is this not working now? Oh, it's because of the thresholds. Great, it needs to be greater than or equal to. So we need this to be a utility compare node. How long does it take to learn to use Blender? I mean, that's a pretty big task. Blender's huge. So greater than or equal to here. 1. There we go. So that's working now. Curve deformers are easy. The one from the video is overcomplicating, is it? I don't really actually know about curve deformers. I haven't sat down to make one yet. It does, I mean, it does seem like something that ought to be confusing. So in theory, I should now be able to set. Cool. So now look, yeah, oh my god, it totally works. I love it when this happens. That doesn't work. Okay, so why does this one not work? We can't go 2 and 2. Oh, did I not replug that in? Yeah, I did not. Let's do this. There we go. So now we've got 2 and 3. or 2 and 2. Cool, nice working. So the baby's on the site called Free 3D and was submitted by Printable Models. Yeah, thank you for crediting. It's always good to make sure people are properly attributed. Yeah, sorry, I didn't really answer your question properly. So with learning Blender, just learn one part of it. Like, I don't know how to rig, essentially. I'm really bad at animation. And oh no. Let's just remove. Do I hide user? Does that work? Interesting. Okay, so this has worked great. Wickerifier. There we go, that'll do. Yeah, so we need to now find some other objects. So let's just duplicate this one. And we can turn it into the baby. Okay, it's not a very performance scene. You can send nodes for a simplified curve to form as inspiration if you want. That would be super useful. I mean, we can try. I'm not sure if we're going to get into actually rigging and building this thing. I mean, it would be kind of fun to like, I mean, maybe it would be too weird and dark. I could just stick on some IK, like just cut off its current limbs and stick in some IK to give it like 6 legs or something. Okay, so we're going to change this one over to not Suzanne, we're going to change it to baby. And hopefully that's off to one side. Oh, right, I understand. So I should actually just have these set a wickerifier in here. Oh boy, that's a mess. This first one should be wickerifier as well. There we go. Have I done something wrong? Or is this just... Okay, we're good. So that's baby. I mean, the fact that this works for just like every mesh, that's like weirdly successful. Thank you for the notes there, Doppelganger. Oh, yo, that's so small. You serious? Does this actually work? Come on. So the bounding box. So you're making it the correct size based on that factor. Oh, right, and it has to, oh, because it has to be aligned to an axis. Interesting. Maybe this is something for me to work out outside these. I think for now I might just do like a standard IK thing and just give it loads of legs. Let's try, we can stick on its actual UV map texture because we've got the main UV here, so let's just grab that playing baby diffuse map. How can we turn this into a nightmare? Yeah, this works so great. Oh my god, it's perfect. Do we not have a UV map on our edging? I'm pretty sure we do. Oh, maybe because it's outside the space. If the UV map probably just goes black. So I want to use this color on our actual wicker material. So let's grab the wicker Wicker Material, and we're going to use the color of this. Nice. Let's go all the way. Not hideous in the slightest. Why the skin color? It almost works. Is it better with this or with this? Make flowers come out of the top of his head. That actually could work. We would need to do a little bit of a lobotomy to make rum. I still feel like it would be fun to make just a lot of legs. Is this something we can do procedurally? Maybe if I just remove its actual legs and then needs monkey Suzanne head. What, instead of the baby head? Oh, this is actually quite heavy. Let's grab Suzanne here. Come on. Let's do a test fit. Let's just turn off viewport viz for everything. I kind of like the baby head. I think maybe just removing the legs and replacing them with oh, is this one of those videos that's gonna like come back and haunt me? Hopefully this is not like career suicide doing this, but yeah, we're just gonna add some procedural legs. Maybe let's actually just duplicate this so we've got a spare. Let's delete those. Oh, are these separate? Oh no, they're not. Delete those vertices, great. Need to get rid of a couple more of these. Maybe on this side as well. And we can just grid fill this. Oh, Control F, grid fill. Nice, that's definitely not better. And this one as well. Control F, grid fill. You unwrap. Let's grab all of these faces. The cops don't mind. Let's grab our UV texturing space. Let's grab both of these. We just need to make them that color. There we go, that'll do. Cool. So we've got something that looks pretty great, of course. Let's grab these points. Let's just make this a little bit more rounded. Something like this, right? Because I don't want it to look weird when it's got extra legs. I want it to look, you know, like God intended. So let's find some way to add legs to this. Oh God, it's so bad. I just need to move Suzanne's head, I think. Wait, where did Suzanne even go? Did I? Okay. Let's get rid of this one. There we go. And we just need to... Oh, we've got some breakage around here where we've got those extra bits. I wonder if there's something that we can do about this. Let's... without legs, it definitely doesn't look weird. Let's... I mean, I've got... So this is another issue. I think we just need to do some UV map cleanup here. grab the baby. Maybe like this. So what's going on with these hands and the arms? Like, why is there... These look pretty clean. These are also clean. Okay. There's not really any reason that we've got the thing going on down the arm. Oh, maybe it's these bits here. And I think maybe, yeah, this bit where we're... where we're just overlapping there. Put a miniature Nicolas Cage inside and some procedural fire at the bottom. Oops. Okay, I think I just need to make the... these, they're not going to be textured so good, unfortunately, but I just can't have the overlap. There we go, and this one as well. Cool. Wicker bees. How did that happen? Oh, it's because of the UV map density. I'm not making this easy for myself. So I do still need that original UV map. Maybe I just need to in-paint these sections. That's probably the best way to do it. You'll have 100% committed. It's all just part of it. Let's go. So Control L, link UV map. Oh right, it doesn't like it because it's not got the same. Okay, let's go back into here. Let's scale this one up. Let's put this back where we were. Approximately. Wow, what a way to spend a Saturday afternoon, eh? Let's put this one in here. It needs to be about the right size. And this one as well. Cool. And then we can just go into image editor instead. Go into paint mode, and we should just be able to clone stamp this stuff around. Is it Control? Is it Alt? Is it Shift? I can never remember how these work. Oh, it's like this. Oh god, it's so bad. What an incredibly complicated thing to work out. Okay. Why not just use like a regular clone stamp mechanic? This is very strange. Oh. Yeah, something like that'll do. Okay. Okay, let's hopefully this is going to be okay. Yeah, totally fine. Totally fine. Great, and we've still got our good density as well there. Not a fan of that, but that's alright. Was there anything else we needed to do with this? I mean, it's already almost perfect. We just need the legs, and I do want them to be wicker, so we need to have a way to make them So the wicker processing can be within a separate object. And so this can be the baby wicker. And the legs wicker is going to be a separate object, but the legs themselves we can make separately. We can just generate legs, right? That'll be fine. I mean, this is already slow at the moment, isn't it? So if I move this, it ain't fast. So let's also reduce our resolution on just a bunch of stuff, because I think all of our profiles are still at 8 and they could definitely be like 4 or 5. You're not going to know from a normal viewing distance, so let's go down to maybe 5 for them and 5 for these. Anything else we can do? Reduce the throwing baby in the blender. The resample curve stuff, where's that? Down here. This can maybe go up to 0.5. I'm just like trying to reduce this as much as possible. It's still really slow. I would like it to be able to animate and make it do a little jig. I think that's always fun. I swear I had another bit somewhere. Delete geometry. Oh, it's on this bit, isn't it? Being daft. Cool, 2 will do. 100,000 points, that's pretty good going. And that's actually not the worst. Let's maybe go down one more, come on. Okay, I'll take it. I might also have an issue with the baby actually being, I was going to say quite high poly, but it's definitely not. Let's just reduce anyway. So decimate, unsubdivide. That'll do. Oh no, that's worse. Okay, I think I broke the UV map. Alright, that's fine. So we're just going to add some legs now. So let's add, I can go to that original object. Let's add plane. I need like a ground object. And then we can add our baby, put this in the correct place. And we can start adding some legs to it. So let's duplicate this one. This is going to be our baby legs. And we just need to, I only need the bottom part of it here. So we don't need to worry too much about how legs actually work. We're going to leave it mostly up to chance. And I'm just going to stick them kind of around the edge. So that should be probably fine. Maybe get rid of these bits as well. And this can parent to the main body so that we can move that around separately as well. Andrew Fincher. It's completely normal, I promise. We're just doing as we normally do. So, baby legs. I mean, it will become a basket, so don't worry. We're just going to use the experimental IK node. Where's the rest of this? Okay. Let's find what we're doing. Start and end points. Let's distribute points on faces. Let's use Poisson disk. I'll set a reasonable minimum distance here. 3 legs. Is that enough? 5. That's probably better. So 5 legs is probably where we want to be. Let's create this as a start. I want to create 5 points on the floor. Let's just use a circle. Curve, circle. That'll do. Oh, have I just moved my legs as well? Interesting. Set origin to 3D cursor. There we go. Cool. That should be fine. Oh, maybe these points should be separate, shouldn't they? So let's grab another object here with a new thing. And this needs to be the number of points on this one. Is there a way for me to set that up? If I find the domain size, how do I send it to? I wonder. So attribute domain size. Find out how many points there are. Can I capture this and then transfer it in some way? Attribute, capture attribute, store named attribute, integer on the points. This is going to be our leg count. What's the baby standing on? I'm going to just stand on the ground, I think. I think in the IK stream we gave up on making it run, and I think I'm going to do the same here. I'm just going to make it, like, you know, move a little bit. Crimes against humanity. Okay, so we've got some legs going. This is the foot positions, and in this one we just need to create the curved circle with a radius based on, if I transfer an attribute from here, integer, into the resolution. Doesn't like that. Let's do this into the resample then. Into that. There, the attribute is going to be a named attribute, and that named attribute with leg count. Hopefully this will work. Oh, it's not happy. Alright, because we just need to go from nearest face. Oh right, it gave us 5, perfect. So that did work. How ridiculous. Okay, what are we doing? Let's grab our baby legs. We need to bring our foot positions back in here. Is this going to create an issue with sending information to itself? How did I learn to do this? I do live streams and I get egged on to do stupid things by people, and this is honestly how I learn most things. Is somebody says something like, oh, maybe it should have more teeth, maybe there should be spikes, and then we work out how to make that happen. Let's grab our... Is there any technical reason why instanced geometry does not accept fields? How do you mean? I mean, do you mean like how we can't modify instance geometry? It's oh yes, it works. Kind of. Relative. Okay, the legs attach. They're just not in the right order. Well, maybe that's not a problem. Oh god, it's so awful. Oh, you mean you tried to add a field to the curve, but it failed. Yeah, so it's just to do with whether something wants a constant or a field. And the thing is that that transfer attribute could have had different values. Like this doesn't know that this is actually a constant. This could be any number of things. So to plug this into a curved circle wouldn't really make sense. Like if it was 3 at some points and 2 at another, then the resolution of the curved circle would be like, I'm not really sure what to do with this. So yeah. Leg count is a property I want to be read-only on my baby. I would like to be able to pick like the nearest. I mean, I would say I don't want them to pop, but they're already popping. How many knees does it have? Okay, so it's got 2 knees per leg. Is that good? Does it work better with 4? Or 2? No, I feel like 2 has loads of issues. Okay, I think we need poles. You can duplicate input group. I can do, yeah. What is the proper order for 5 legs? Well, I really need it to be sorted by a radial gradient, and I can do that, I think. So these points. Oh, I can totally do it. Let's grab a field sort attribute. Oh wait, no, that's not right. Field sort vertices, and my sort key is going to be based on a radial gradient. A gradient set to radial. There we go, and there we go. It totally works. That's almost perfect. Is it still bad? Okay, maybe I just need to sort them both by that. So let's grab a field sort vertices. Like in the thing. Let's grab again another gradient. That's Musgrave. Come on, gradient. Texture. Set this one to radial as well. Oh, you're not happy? Maybe I need to curve to mesh. Curve to mesh. There we go. It's still twisting. I need the pole. I need a pole outside as well because I need it to be. I need these knees to constantly stick out. Like when they go too close, they sort of puncture the skewer. There's no way that I can say that in a way that sounds nice. I just need the knees to point out. So if we grab this, and then we can just do a transform. Let's scale it up to maybe 2. And we'll also move it up a little bit. Why is this? What is going on here? Oh, I see. Yeah, let's just do that, and we'll move this up. This IK really needs some work. It's so broken. Maybe tentacles instead of arms. I do actually have a pretty good octopus donut. I think that's using dual mesh and extrude. I wonder how we can do this. So no, but Jar the baby. Let's just skin up these legs to make them. There's so many bad sound bites from this stream. I'm so sorry. Let's sort this out with a. Oh, do you know what? Maybe we just add suckers to the legs. How about that? Let's experimental mesh to SDF. Oh, how are we gonna UV wrap these though? I need to have a way to fake the UV map. Let's add our mesh to curve UVs with a profile curve, which is going to be again a spiral. Trying to think if this is going to break. Then okay, so actually this needs to be curve to mesh. No wait, mesh to curve first, and then it should work. Mesh to curve, and the spiral could be 0.1, 0.10. It's all coming together, and then we can just add Does need rotating? I love how there's like 55 people just sat watching this monstrosity come together. Looks so happy. I wonder if I can I just move the object down? Oops. I want to move the object origin really. Well, maybe I won't. That's fine. So we've got these legs. Make them a little bit bigger perhaps. I would like to extrude them upwards a little bit, like in towards the body. So I guess what I ought to do really is take these, take these, and then we can extrude the end point. Yeah, let's take what's the best way to do this? Extrude. We want to be extruding vertices. We only want to be doing the top ones, which is going to be like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need to do it by index modulo 3 equals 1 equals 0. So we can do an equals for our comparison, modulo for our integer, index for our value here. And there we go, that's our tops. The reason that works, if people are wondering, is because the so each one of these edges is essentially being counted along its length, right? So we've got like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're all like consecutive, right? Each leg is consecutive. So we're just needing to do our modulo by the total number of points per leg, and that will reset it to like 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. And then we've got the equals 0 so that we can grab that top piece. Don't want to set our offset scale to anything. We just want to have the tops be pulled in. So I'll grab a set position here from our top, setting our position to an actual vector here. And I'm going to move that up so it's inside the mesh. Is that about right? I love how when people like ask me what I do, I can just send them to my YouTube channel. It's like, ah, okay, now I understand. Okay, let's grab these, mesh to curve, curve to mesh, and that's working fairly good. Although we seem to have lost our middle. Oh, there we go. That's back. Do we still have feet? Oh wait, no, because they're not UV mapped, and I need the UV map. So let's call this one the leg UV. What did you just walk in on? There's so much stuff going on here. All right. Are we not filling our feet? Interesting. So you can't fill curves if you've got a spiral. I wonder if that's a problem. Probably not. What we can do, just wondering, so I want to have a good mesh density across the legs. But maybe the feet are going to be changed to Bezier. Oh, like a smooth one? Let's grab this. Oh god, it's worse. It's like it's on pool noodles. Like, there we go. Are we going to add suckers along them as well? Somebody said about, was it John, doing like tentacles? So let's maybe change the seed so that we have less points. Okay, well, that is just what it is. Maybe you should make worms instead of tentacles. I mean, they're going to be turned into, actually, either way, they're going to be turned into baskets. They're all going to be wickerized. I think maybe we could just like take the endpoints and like scale them out and then have it all taper down to a point a little bit here so that we've got this sort of like a little S-curve coming in. So it is like tentacles or snakes or worms, either way. Let's do that then. So we can do the opposite of what we did here, which is going to be doing an extrusion similar to this on this selection. Which one's coming out here? So this one's now going to be, so what's going on with this? So if I go a modulo of 4, is that better? No. So it still needs to be 3, even though I've got an additional point. Interesting. Well, that's fine. So we can take a but not. So Boolean math. This one should be this nor that. Is that right? Or is it x and? Oh wait, do we have not and? Subtract. There we go. Let's go. So this is all looking pretty great so far. Let's turn these down to 0, and we just want to scale them basically. So let's grab again a set position. We're going to grab our tops, which is the ones that we've just generated. We're going to be taking the position and scaling them outwards. Position, scale. Oh, I want it to scale away from like the global 0, 0. Interesting. Let's maybe do a multiply add here then. Let's go this way and we'll add to the Z. It doesn't look great. I just want it to be like scaled out along the global Z. Well, maybe it's fine. If I move this around, do they all move? Yes. Maybe that's fine. It's just so you know it's feeding time, you know. They've got all of these legs. Okay. What a mess. What are we doing? All right, let's just work on the taper, I guess. Set curve radius. 0 at the Z. Yeah, well, it's just because it's, I mean, maybe that's just the way I'm going to have to do it. Alt G, Alt G, Alt R. Okay, I'm going to apply rotation. Is that going to break it? Yes. Okay, let's not apply rotation. I just need to have, it's this bit, isn't it? So yeah, if I, but the thing is that's moving dependent on this. Maybe I should have actually, instead of using the baby legs, I should have another object. So these shouldn't have baby legs. Our additional object, do we have loads of vert objects? What are these doing? Let's get rid of those. So these are actually going to be our new leg objects. And if we just add our legs, baby legs, there we go. Did that not work? baby legs. There we go. We just need to make sure that instead of using the group input, we use this instead, relative. There we go. So now that should be going the correct direction, but instead of using a fixed position for the tops, like the central position of the hip, we can use the average factor. So let's go attribute statistic vector this and the position, and instead of using this vector we can just take the mean from there. There we go. Alright, so now we've got something almost perfect. Let's make sure that we've got our these can now just be set to 0 again, right? Right, but this foot positions needs to not be the baby legs, it needs to be the leg objects. There we go. Great. Things do go through the floor a little bit. I wonder if we should actually just raycast, just to make sure that we're keeping things on the ground, or I could just take the last 2 points actually. So mesh to curve, I'll use the endpoint selection and I'll just scale the Z position. Multiply 1, 1, 0, and that'll just keep the feet on the floor. It's kind of a janky way of doing it, but endpoint selection, not the starts, 2 on the ends. There we go. Almost perfect. Let's just do a little bit of taper, and then we can work out how to actually wicker this stuff, because we're doing like procedural generation, but we still need to actually be able to manipulate this via the UV. So, what do you want to do? There we go. I mean, the feet are going to be tapered as well. I was gonna leave that until after I'd worked out the taper, but this is fine. So float curve, and then we'll grab a spline parameter into here. Let's flip this the other way around. I wish there was a quick way. There isn't, is there? No, to flip these curves. Perfect. Oh my god, it's so strange. This'll do. Alright. How can we... Alright, so we need to wicker this now. Let's just chuck everything into this basket objects. Is there a way that I can manipulate this to move around procedurally? I mean, I could parent it to a vertex and move the vertex with geometry nodes. That's probably the easiest way. So let's grab a mesh object, G, Z, N, at center. And I'm just going to grab baby here, shift tab on this one, make sure I'm in edit mode, make vertex parent. So now this is parented specifically to the vertex, not the object. Like if I go in here, it's the vertex, not the object origin. This now means that we can now set some turbulence up in geometry nodes. And we could make it loop. I'm not going to make it loop. Or am I? We definitely could make it loop. Those legs finished up fills. I think the legs are probably good enough. We could always add some like slightly bigger knees maybe. You know, like do something like that. Do we need more points on here? I think we do. Let's go curve, evaluate curve, or resample. Let's just do these at the evaluated points. Oh, that's not even a knee. Come on. Do better than that. That's pretty good. And then we'll go for this, the ankles as well. There we go. It's a little bit more, you know, it doesn't look quite so weird anymore. Nicolas Cage tried to warn us. Bigger knees and more. Well, we can add more knees really easily. We can get... Oh dear. Okay, maybe we just stick with 2 knees. 2 knees works. I mean, that IK node is so broken. So there we go. Let's go back to our, so we've got our plane object. Okay, so this is our animator. And what we're after here is... Thanks, Nerigis. Let's grab... What do we need? We need a... Let's use a texture displace node from ETK. And we're also going to use a... We're going to use a noise texture. I'm doing this separately because I need a 4D noise so I can loop it. Let's plug in our texture. We need a looping mapping looping coordinates node. Vector and W goes in. And we can also now translate this. Can we? Is that how this works? I was trying to remember how to... maybe I just add something to this. It's just a baby. It's still intact, at least. I mean, we've not done anything that's too strange. Let's come back up to our animator here. So I want this to move around and I want this to be animated. I think, do I just add to this? It's been a while since I've done this. Oh wait, normal versus vector. Maybe do a little bit less detail, a little bit less in here, a little bit more strength as well. Okay, that's too much strength. Maybe just 2. Combine XYZ in here. If in doubt, make it dance. That's the that's always the answer. Maybe we should do rotation as well. That would be... I mean, I could also just... let's move this up so it's like centered on that point. Animator, let's bring that back down to a normal height. Normal-ish height. Not the knees. Let's see, is this going to work? Okay, still working, that's good. Can we get rotation on here as well? Transform rotation. No, it's just animated, so it's just connected to it. Okay, so rotation is a no-go. Unless... Oh no, that detaches it from the legs. What if we do it on this one? Okay. So what we could do, actually, is we could sort out our... Instead of using the animator object, we could do this all with just a node group. So if I grab... Is this going to work? Maybe. So let's... I'm going to use a transform node in here, and I'm going to do a Control G. There we go. So I've got 2 vector outputs. One is for translation, one is for rotation. Call that one the animator. And let's go into our baby legs. This one's going to use the transform plus node instead, because we need the center to be the relative position of like the location of this one, and then we need this group to come from our animator. And then this is going to be our translation and our rotation, I think. So if I move this, that kind of works. And if I rotate this, okay, that does not work. Why isn't this, oh, custom center? There we go. So now it works perfectly. The only cure is more knees. The problem here is the baby has eyes instead of mirrors. Oh my god. Okay. We will have to fix the texture. Oh my goodness, why are you over there? Come back. There we go. So inside the snow group we can do some fun stuff now. So let's do this one with the noise texture. We don't want to do it everywhere, so let's set this to 1D. And we can maybe set the color into here. If I change this, it has a little bit of a jiggle. It's not having a great time. Head should rotate 360 degrees as it moves. Okay. I think we can do that. We'll have to just set a vertex group so that we can make it work. Should it stay attached so it just like clips through? It's such bad animation. I have to share this on Twitter as well afterwards. So this, oh, how embarrassing. Let's have 2 of these instead. And they can be different, so I'll have different W for each one. Noise on the endpoints might look cool. Hey, Ellie, how's it going? Add value into here. This one can just be big. Okay, that's pretty close. Let's just subtract 0.5 and then scale into both of these, and then scale as well, so that we've got some better stuff. Let's plug this as well. Let's just do this on the time node, scene time. Let's go on seconds. That's really stupid. Let's scale this. Multiply. Okay, that's probably pretty good. It's just like he's on a really slippery floor. Is this what I expected? No, strangely not. I thought I was just going to make some baskets, just like normal baskets. What the fuck's going on? Let's see if we can get this into the Wicker thing so that we're actually like on topic. I'll just make the end frame really long. I wonder if we can make the arms move, like actually have a little bit of wiggle to them. So weird. So it needs to happen before we do this transform. And I guess this is probably the same for the head as well. If we maybe just make it like shake back and forwards. So let's go into here. Let's give it a new vertex group, which is going to be the head, and we can just do a gradient on here. Oh boy, can we make the arms limp? Oh, like actually floppy. Do you know, I wonder if we can. I wonder if we can turn them to cloth sim after the geometry nodes. This is just getting really weird. Let's have a go though. I hope I can. I hope it can get clothed. It's probably low enough topology as well for us to actually be able to like simulate that live. Let's just make sure that we're doing a gradient here. I want to just have this going down the neck a little bit. Oh god, it's going everywhere. Let's maybe just paint this then. no, it's all in the wrong place. Okay, let's do that. There we go. Gotta make sure that I don't miss any bits or its head's gonna not survive. I know this stream probably doesn't make it look like it, but I do actually like kids. I'm not like, I don't generally think about doing this. There we go. Now we've got our head masked out. We're also going to need to mask out the arms so that if we can do cloth sim to it, we can, hopefully. Yeah, this is my baby. Let's grab these. All right, weight of 1. And on this side as well. And then we need to clean up. Go for weights of 0. Throws down raw steak. Yeah. Okay, let's grab these bits. And I really hope this works with the cloth sim. I've not actually mixed cloth and geometry nodes before, so this is going to be a learning experience. Go to toggle, object mode, solid. Are we off-centered? Not anymore. Okay, so this one is our animation, and then we can add cloth afterwards. And the only bit that we want to have animated, how do we do this? Do we have field weights? So, yeah, John, I hope that doesn't happen. Property weight, structural group. Wow, I'm like really showing how little I know about this. Is it the pin group? Maybe I can just use the arms. Okay, that's definitely not a good look. Come on, let's go back to 0. Okay, so it kind of works, but it seems to be a back to front. Oh no. We might need to invert our our weight group. What's going on? Can I wish I could just flip it here. Okay. Can I invert it? Oh, I can't. Okay. You'd probably use soft body instead. Okay, well, let's try the soft body. I don't think I've never done this stuff with physics really, so let's try this. Soft body. Can it go at the end? Oh, it can't. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we can't use soft body after geometry nodes, it seems, so cloth it is. Turn that one off. I'm not sure how to invert the weight paint. I could inflate it as well. I could do internal pressure. Okay, so yeah, seriously, like how do we actually invert weight paint? Can I just do it up here? Oh, nice, there we go. Perfect. It needs to be more I need to turn down the quality steps just to make it a little bit faster. And then do we want internal pressure? They don't seem to be inflating. Okay, now they are. Look at that, that's actually really good. Oh my god, it ran out of cache frames. Okay. This is such a mess. I'm so sorry if people were expecting like a serious stream. It looks so happy. It's just like blissful. Oh yeah. Oh my god. It's beautiful. Thank you for sharing this with me. Oh my god. Okay. This is so weird. I just love how it's vibing. It's just like, oh yeah, this dance is going so well. It reminds me of there was an animation a while ago for, I can't remember the name of it. Somebody might have seen it here. It's like soldiers going up to the top of a structure, and then they're all jumping off it. And there's a guy who's taking a picture of every single one of their like bodies on the floor, and then they sort of compile it into a stop motion thing of somebody dancing, and it's very surreal. Man, I kind of want to watch that again. I haven't watched that for like 12 years. So if anybody knows what I'm talking about. The wacky waving inflatable baby. Inflatable tentacle baby. Yeah, the thing that we need to do is... oh no, some of these go wrong. I think this is maybe a caching issue. Let's get back to the start. Let's see if we can wicker it. I'm not sure if we actually can at this point, but Fallen Art, yes, thank you, Michael. If anybody, I'm pretty sure that's what it's called, Fallen Art Animation. Yes, it is. Man, the CG has not aged well. I recommend watching this. It's great. Very original. 2004. Okay, it's a little bit longer since I saw it. But yeah, it's really good. I'm gonna save that for later. Okay. So we've got the baby. Wow, the wicker actually, it's almost performant. This is so strange. So weird. Okay, I'm just like actually shocked that this is working even a little bit. Okay, so let's grab our legs wicker. I don't know why I'm still calling them legs. There's barely anything leg about them. The audio should just be a crying baby. I think we can probably do a little bit better than just crying. What are we going to do with the... Where are the legs? Leg objects, here we go. Yeah, so let's pull these ones in. And let's grab the wickerifier. So, yeah, so leg objects is the name of the game, and I need to expose another thing. This is a mess. We need the UV map name. So this is the OG UV map. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so right now this one's UV map, but for this one it should be, I think we called it leg UV. Oh, interesting. Okay. So we need to offset our UV maps. using multiple group inputs is OP. People do say this to me quite frequently, like, oh, just use more more group inputs. Let me just, okay, I'm going to do this because it is actually really, really unreadable. So which one are you? You are weaving mask. Control H, if anybody's wondering how you hide those, super useful. This one should be, the one thing that really annoys me is that the group inputs and outputs are not a different color. I really want them to be just like automatically a different color so I can find them. Orange is good. There we go, orange as well. And now I can just duplicate these around. So one up here, this one is going to be our weaving mask as well. Then we've got our radius up here. And then this one is the main UV. Is that right? Yes. This one is object, and the next one over there is also OG UV map. And then we can start reducing this a little bit. This one is going to be main UV as well. These ones in this one, we've got radius. Another one for radius. This one is the Wicker UV. Is that all of it for those ones? Let's Control H, grab these ones, and then we've got two more over here. So we've got our material and we've got our edging UV, or edging mask. There we go. Control H, Control H. There we go. It's a little bit easier to read, isn't it? Cool. Right. So the main thing for these legs is that we need to offset our UVs to make sure that we don't have overlaps. So how do we do that? Well, we've got each one of our legs. I need to just basically tag them with an integer, and I can offset them by that integer. So we've got a another thing actually. This is fine. Let's make a new one of these. So this one is going to be mesh to curve UVs. No overlaps. So in here, I want this to be 0 to 1, not the length, because we're not actually using this for texturing. And then we want to have the UV map to be offset. Let me just actually expand this. We don't want this in a group anymore. There we go. Fail, your main is completely flayed. Oh man, sorry, I've been missing some of the chat. The node setup scares you more than the baby. That is understandable. And yes, I can do it so it doesn't collide. I can just turn on self-collisions. It will be much slower, but it should still work fairly well. Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. Do we have? There we go. So let's go back to our leg objects. So yeah, the main thing about these leg objects is that they need to, so depending on how many legs I've got, I just basically want to offset each leg to be 0 to 1 for its own space. And then to be, maybe I should also scale this down very slightly. So I'm going to scale my factor down just so there's absolutely no overlap. So I'm going to scale, multiply by 0.9. And then for each X component, we're going to add the leg index. So We need to add an integer in here. We need to find out where our legs are. So that's going to be basically the point index. We need to capture this point index way back here. Or maybe I can just do it on this bit. Let's do that. So I'm just going to capture an integer, which is going to be based again on the index here. So it's basically the same stuff as this. So instead of modulo 3, I'm going to just divide by 3 and then floor. So that's going to give me stepped. So like 0, 1, 2 will go down to 0, and then 3 divided by 3 is 0. So it's like, oh sorry, it's 1. So it's going to be 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. So that's what we need for this. So let's go ahead and do that. That can come up on here. These are our indices now per leg. Should carry through everything, I believe. Man, I've got to stop using auto offset. There we go. Let's just plug this in now. Way down the line. This should follow, right? Resample, curve to radius, add. So that should be fine. And then I need to divide it by the maximum. So if it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, then I need to divide it by 4 so that the maximum one is. We're getting pretty close to having a basket baby. It was going to be a baby in a basket, but unfortunately it became a baby basket. And then one thing led to another. So let's now just divide this. So if we now have like 4 UV tiles, right? Or in this case actually 5, but let's just say we've got 3. I need these all to be scaled now in the x-axis, so that they're just like 1, 2, 3 in here. So if my highest one is index 2, then I need to divide this by the maximum 1 plus 1 to get this back to here. So divide by 3. So attribute, let's just do this. Oh, I can totally do it with the domain size, can't I? In fact, I've already got a node for this. So I can take my point count, which should be 5. And that can go into here. You just realised that Rios hasn't shown up. I know, and we even had bots as well. It was like, it's time to shine. He's been just incredibly busy with university. His new college started, so yeah, no, good for him for going out and doing new stuff and getting out there, because university takes like just a whole lot of time if you want it to. Tentacle legs in a competitive dance-off. I'm not sure how easy it is to duplicate this. Oh, but the legs, they work. Oh my god. Kind of, anyway, that's hideous. Are they all open? I don't know how I feel about that, but maybe we just need more wicker density. I can't believe this works even a little bit. Okay. Strange. Let's just reduce the density of everything. So let's come in here, let's reduce this one to 3 and to 3 on this one. I just want to keep these as low as possible so that we have some hope of playing. The legs are really jumpy. Yeah, we lost Rails since he started uni. We did. Let's turn this into a shadow catcher. Maybe we need more illumination. Tap dancing octo baby. Yeah. Let's grab our photographer add-on and depth of field. Let's turn this one on. Do we have any depth of field on this? Where's our focal distance? Oh, focus, here we go. Volumetrics. Let's, do we have a camera into the camera, lights into the lights? Set our camera viewport display passport 2. I also kind of want to have no world illumination. I wish there was a way to like have some kind of temporal awareness for the legs. Oh, that's very strange. The way the head, maybe I should put a light inside the head. Needs a hole in his head like a basket. Could do actually. Oh yeah, we were going to do the flowers, weren't we? Okay, so let's do that. Let's grab a baby. Let's just do the lobotomy real quick here. And then seems like there's actually already pretty good space on the front of here. I want to, is there a nice way to smooth out edges? Does anybody know? Or maybe, do you know what, maybe I should actually just do this with a Boolean object. That might be easier. Let's turn off the cloth, turn off the geometry nodes. Let's add a Boolean. Stick a cylinder on his head. Could do a knife cut. I was just trying to get it a little bit more cylindrical, I guess, sort of like with a round edge. Maybe something like that. Shift Alt S and mouse slide. Oh really? For like smoothing. His head could be like a pendant lamp and he's a marionette. Could be. I quite like the idea of just filling his head with flowers though. Let's grab these ones to get rid. Cool. Nice, that'll do. How are we going to put flowers in it though? I mean, we could do the same tree bedding. We could get the we could use some of the splash screen flowers actually. Let's just do that. Splash screen was made in the old Blender, so we'll have to see actually if it even runs. File, open, don't save. Blender. Splash screen attempt, and then still life. Does the oh dear. Thanks, Astrid. How's it going? It's been a while. Oh no. So it does seem like can we turn on legacy nodes? Have they been removed already? I might need to just export some legacy geometry nodes in that case. I do have 2.93 still, so let's just go ahead and install, open that up. Blender launcher, stable 2.93. Blender. Oh no, I thought they were staying in until 4. Didn't they used to say will be removed for 4? I mean, it's fine if they had to go out, obviously, but I didn't realise. We open. Oh, we got some sunflowers here. Let's just go with the splash screen instead. And then we just need to isolate the flowers and export as an FBX or something. Or just apply the thing. Right, look at that splash screen, it looks so good. Actually, I really like the 3.2 splash screen they've got. Oh, they smartly said that they would be gone by 4. I see. Devil's in the detail. Let's save this as just flowers. Just so I don't accidentally save over my files. Hang-in sheets, they can go. What's all this stuff? Oh, the updates take a while. Twine, that can go. The berries, flowers, foxglove. So it's just this bit actually. Oh, I remember this where you used to have the little spreadsheet thing. All right, all of these can bugger off. These daisies, the cup I think can go as well, so that's all of these bits can go. Nice. We can get rid of one of those foxgloves as well. Foxglove. We can get rid of all of this stuff up here. Get the foxgloves off. Oh, damn, all of this attribute stuff. Wild. Is one of these... Oh, there we go. And those berries as well. Those berries need to go. Should have used multiple objects. I've said this so many times. Berries. Not that one. Not that one. There we go. Always the last one. There we go. So this is probably fine. Maybe. Maybe it should only really be like this many. And then we can duplicate them. Let's make it a real mesh first. Can I save this? If I just apply, will that work? Or will it crash? Okay. Let's just give it a sec. Nice. Oh, it's just taking a sec. I wonder how high res these flowers are. I'm expecting probably fairly high res. This might make the animation real choppy, so we'll have to see. How many verts in a foxglove? I mean, we're looking at... Oh no, we're looking at 34 million verts. Okay, something was very high res. I'm running a 3080 actually. Oh boy. I really want to get this into just a new file, copy object. Oh, maybe I don't. Maybe that's going to be too many things. New general layout, Control V. Gonna have to do some serious mesh culling to get rid of these vertices. Damn, it literally is just this bunch is 33 million. Okay. let's see if 3.3 alpha can deal with this a bit better. This might just take me a minute. Okay, hopefully we're gonna... Are we back? Let me know in the chat if you can see me again. Okay, great, thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. Everything crashed. Everything crashed. It did not like trying to just go into edit mode. So I might need to find a different method for doing this. Okay. How am I gonna do this? I got to keep an eye on my if I can keep this on top. So why not use decimate modifier? Let's have a go. So let's throw this on here. Okay, we managed a little bit so far. So yeah, 33 million. So we probably want to come down to like a tenth would still be super heavy. So sorry, 100th. So we want to go down to like 1,000th. Let's see if this is going to work. Memory's going up. Yeah, I think I think this might be a bit much. I might have to find a different way to, like, before I make the flowers real, maybe to trim down the topology a little bit. I'm hoping that this will just eventually do it. Yeah, nanite. Oh, I'm just watching that memory go all the way up to the top there. Yeah, I mean, it's not even that warm here today, and I'm quite comfortable in a t-shirt in my room. Oh yeah, maybe some blender kit flowers, that's a good shout. If this doesn't load in the next couple of minutes, in fact, let me just try and find some. Let's go on here, blender kit. Wait, is blender kit the one we mean? Like the where you share blend files? Turbo squid. No. Oh, blend swap, that's what I'm thinking of. Blend swap's just a little bit easier to work with. Let's just search for some flat widths. Actually, I probably, do you know what? I've got Botanic literally installed. I should just use Botanic. They're generally pretty low poly. Windows thinking it can solve a problem. It's ridiculous. Right, so N polygonic. So we just need to find some, maybe some lavender would be nice. Just like a head full of grass. Let's just use this. And we can hopefully just, oh yeah, I also have the flower shop scene. Although I don't think there's actually any flowers in that, is there? I think it's just, think it's basically just plants and cactuses. Cacti. I'm hoping that I can just parent this to a vertex in the head. P parent vertex. Does kind of work. Sort of. Maybe I can just actually... Oh no, I can't parent it because it's going to need to copy the rotation. Let's just make these real. So make local ID, make local. Make instances real, there we go. New geometry nodes, which needs to be basically the same as the bottom thing. Is it this one? It is. So this is the animator follows baby. And I can just stick the same one on here. Interesting. It's close, but no cigar. Alt P, clear parent. Alt. Interesting. Having loads of issues with this just being constrained in weird axes. Oh, what? Maybe that's the issue. Definitely some weirdness going on with this. Alt G, Alt R. Apply rotation and scale. Cannot apply to the library override data. So we just need to make this one local, and the modifiers are all fine. Cool. All right. So now this one's going to just follow the baby. Hopefully. That seems fairly good. Sort of. Is it rotated weirdly as well? Copy. Oops, that's not what I meant. The other way around. Copy rotation. Great. Which means I just need to now drop this in his head. Perfect. It's evolved. We're nearly done, I think. So we can just turn on the cloth. Oh goodness, that's not good. Back to 0. There we go. Oh, do you know what? We were going to do that thing where we turn his head around a little bit, weren't we? Just like have a little bit of a jig in his head. That's that should be fairly easy for us to do actually. Let's add another geometry nodes modifier. Stick it above the one that moves him, so he's still somewhat upright. And then I should just be able to rotate the head a little bit. Head jig. There we go. And let's do a transform plus. So we can set a custom center. Custom center is going to be just on the back of his head. Oh, I don't have the copy thing. View, location, Control Alt C, Control Alt V doesn't work. It's so annoying how Blender doesn't consider like a meters to be the same as just a regular number. Every time I say it's just about done, I know. Let's copy this number without the M, without the M, without the M. There we go. And then, I mean, I could have just done that with an empty as well, but maybe that's a little bit easier to work with. Empty, plain axes, neck. Go back to our baby, pull this guy in, locations into relative. And now we can just rotate that around there, that's good. We need to also be making a selection, or at least scaling our rotation vector math scale by a named attribute. And that named attribute is going to be head, there we go. So now we can still, oh good, oh no. It's so bad. Let's go for a boundary loop. I think that's the only one. And we can just assign this one into our head. Value of 1, there we go, that's better. And we just need to add basically a little bit of randomness in the z-axis. So let's grab a noise texture again. This is not good. Let's go for 1. We can just plug our factor into the z, combine x, y, z of a here, and then goes to there. This needs to go to a multiply from the scene time. I mean, it's not terrible. Let's get rid of this a little bit, and let's also just center this out, subtract 0.5. Okay. Interesting. Okay, the arms definitely take a long time to simulate. Baby's having a great time. What are you talking about, killing small? Let's just use this. Let me just make sure that empty is in a good place for a spine. Put it more in the middle of the neck. I don't want this to look strange. I want it to be believable. This is fine. Let's get rid of these and that, and this can go up into our collection. Get rid of this, get rid of the basket objects, turn on our collection. Oh, have we got an offset? Oh yeah, we do, because didn't turn on my modifiers. Baby has these things going on. All right. Well, now we just need to render it. This is perfect. Every time I work, I just you know, really just keep proving to myself that I'm an artist. Oh, it's so bad. I think we need more lights. I don't know if we can make the flowers wicker. I don't think there's like enough on them. I quite like how out of focus they are though. I think we could turn some of these up very slightly. Horrifying, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fincher. Let's grab the... Where is it? Oh, it's these ones. Let's go up to 4. It should be a little bit smoother on these. And then... Not enough bacon. This is true, but I wonder if we just need some more density on these. The light inside the head might be cool, but I have no idea how we're going to position it. Maybe, yeah, maybe doing the same like copy to baby animation. Ooh, maybe make a heart glowing. Beautifully unfortunate. It's like, does anybody else? There's a Facebook page called, I think it's called something like "Shit I Find in Charity Shops," and it's just people posting weird paintings and things they find in charity shops, and it's just so strange. The stuff that people make and then give away. I don't know how I feel about the backlighting, because it's so like the light permeates in such a way. That is very strange though. Maybe with hook modifiers. Glowing bees. Let's add. I kind of feel like if I'm going to do a heart, I should just do like a realistic one. Like an anatomically correct heart instead of like a love heart. I do quite like the idea of having something red in his chest though. Let's just mock it up and see. Shader, emission. Maybe we need some more density in here. Let's go 370. Raphael, control yourself. How is this going to work here? I mean, maybe just like an actual point lamp inside. I don't know, it's less dramatic than I was thinking actually. The lighting, oh, the lightning generator, do you mean? Ben did a really cool one of those. You have to go get drunk with the boys. Yeah, that's probably a good use of a Saturday night compared to this. Go and have fun, buddy. If I don't know how to light this. I feel like having it backlit is not giving enough of a thing. You need volumetrics to get the God rays. I think that's true, but the rendering is going to be such a cost. Let's try it anyway. Principled volume. I need more viewports. Reflective background of the floor. Well, the floor's not even got any colours on it. We do seem to be losing the hair a little bit, which is odd. Oh wait, no, maybe it's just because it was playing backwards. It's really struggling having the cache from the cloth sim. Oh, thanks Kelly. Can I tell you anything about the Game of Thrones gig. I didn't do a Game of Thrones gig. I did some work with, or I consulted with one of the companies that was working on Game of Thrones a while ago. But just the work that I do at Unity is just means that I can't do the kinds of thing that you were asking me about specifically, with like making generators for that kind of Game of Thrones landscape. It's just sort of, yeah. But yeah, I'm not actually working on Game of Thrones. Just render each frame with like a 3-second time cap and denoising. That might actually work. Where's this point lamp? I might remove the point lamp. Or I need to make the point lamp parent to the head. That's probably the easiest way. Let's grab our baby. And we will just make sure that we turn these off. Come on. And then I will put this light inside the head. And then I can just parent it to one of these. It doesn't really matter which one. Control P, make vertex parent. That's our baby, yeah. Let's grab these back on, get rid of that baby. Oh, we do have some strangeness going on here. It's like every time we turn stuff on and off, it gets so much worse. Am I under an NDA? Well, basically, when you work for somebody full time, like the contract, the employment contract is very much like just about keeping you basically doing what is suitable for the company. Let's go back to the beginning here. Oh, wait, have we got them all turned on? No, we don't. Okay, basket. Let's grab these. Oh, I missed one. There we go. Thanks for the donations there, Kelly. I really appreciate those, by the way. So the point is moving with the head actually now. Maybe I should make the lavender a little bit denser, just to make it a little bit more interesting. When you're saying that, killing s'mores, it's not necessarily that improbable that that's actually happening. Let's just get these, rotate a little bit. There we go. Turn those subdivs on. Oops. There we go. I think we're probably about ready to render. I hope we can get some, let's go to an interesting frame. I want to make sure, I think the legs are going to be really, really twitchy in the render. Let's just make sure that we've got some times on this. Time limit set for the render. Let's go 3 seconds, like you said. I'm going to go 200 samples if we can. Denoising is set up correctly. Let's go to our compositing. Don't need probably certainly any of this. Probably not going to want chromatic aberration either, just in case. And let's see how long this takes. Well, won't be any longer than 3 seconds, but now there we go. Close. I mean, it doesn't actually look as awful and as horrific as we were expecting, perhaps. I mean, it's still kind of strange, but it's not like really, really bad. When will the compositor get some love? Hopefully with Eevee and its continual... Oh no. I need to make sure that I'm going back to the start of this and then playing again. Colour the light eye is a bit white, isn't it? Let's just play a few frames and see how it goes. I want to make sure that my hair stays on the head. This does look surprisingly good though, for something that is just really bad. Oh, the point light needs something as well. Let's throw in, I know you said coloured lights, but I'm probably just going to use black body, because there's just something very kind of unnerving about that, having an orange light inside it. Let's do the same thing over here. Let's do maybe 5,600. Yeah, that fabric cache is really not helping us. Might be missing a bit of contrast in the value for the weird effects. Do you mean like in the comp? I mean, we could literally just render this out with a curve, which I feel a bit strange of, but maybe something like this is all right. Do we want to have it actually in Filmic? Do I need this? I'm not going to do any post-processing. So maybe we just actually render it out like this, and that should hopefully save me a bit of effort. Although I'm going to be going through Resolve anyway to put the image sequence together. Okay, so one thing actually that we want to do, so cursed with the red light, something that we probably want to do is actually make this loop for Twitter. Yeah, this is the basket. Yeah, where it's, well, I want it to be a I don't know, like a 10-second loop or something. We're going to lose so much detail for this coming together. Is it all out of focus as well? It's actually not too bad. Some of this is still in focus. Oh, we'll loop with a cloth sim. Yeah, that's a problem. I guess we just won't loop with a cloth sim. Ah, it'll be fine. I'm sure people will still appreciate our remarkable artistry. I hope everybody's happy for me to be sharing the blame with everybody else. I mean, it's pretty good. The dancing, I'm really looking forward to seeing the dancing smooth. It's so weird. It's not all on me, it's entirely chat's fault. I can like share the blame. Okay, I think, oh yeah, definitely better with the colored lights. Thanks for that suggestion. It's almost like it's in a rain room, like one of those fancy rain rooms. Maybe the light should actually be a little bit lower, like kind of midriff area. And maybe we could increase very slightly the density. Not that much. There we go, something like that. Cool. All right, let's just render this. How many frames do we want to do? It's going to be probably like 24 frames per second. And we want it to be, I guess, 10 seconds, 240 frames. There we go. I'm going to render JPEGs, no PNGs, because that's what I do. Baby basket. I need to get one of these made for like taking on picnics. I think that would just be so much fun. Did I bake all the cloth sims before rendering? Thank you so much. No, I did not. And yes, I will. If I can remember how to do that. Hopefully it's not going to mess up because some of these are not on show. Cloth. You can loop cloth sims, but I would have to watch his tutorial on how to do it. So that could be a thing I learn for the future. Got some homework. Let's cache. Let's go back to the beginning. Save and bake. 240 frames. Oh, there we go. It's not even that late. We've only been going for what, 4 hours? It's like it's still daylight outside. 9:30. Moses is about to be thrown into the river. All right. Yeah, unfortunately I'm not going to be able to show you the animation to in the stream, just because it's going to take like 10-12 seconds to render each frame, times 240 is let's say 15, including like going to the next frame. 360 seconds, so that's an hour. It's going to take an hour just to render. So the last straw. We can make more baskets. We can. So, I mean, you all know how to make baskets now. So go ahead and turn just everything into wicker. There you go. The node setup's actually pretty straightforward. I'm going to share this file on Patreon, as usual. I wonder if I have the rights actually to share the baby. I definitely don't have the rights to share the lavender, so I will not do that. And I also don't have the rights to share the polygon texture for the wicker, but you can obviously reach all of those things. Why are we whispering? My voice is just kind of whispery, I'm afraid. Yeah. Bake out all of the moisture. Oh, we're nearly there. I wonder if this will play faster if it's cached. I mean, we do have a lot of geometry being calculated as well. If I save this, hopefully let's just check it's actually going to start rendering. Control F12. I'll just do it this way, render animation. So hopefully this will look good. We already bastardized this donut, yeah. The donut was like just a purely bad stream. That donut was a mess. Have I still got these things showing? I do. Okay. I was wondering why there was so much weird stuff going on there. Let's turn off our main objects. This is why you should always hang around to check that you're rendering correctly, rather than just hitting render and walking away. Ah, there we go, that's a bit better. It's a shame I can't make sure that the legs don't stick through the body. I was not clever enough to do that when setting up the things. I wonder if the baby moves too quickly as well. Does seem to be making quite big changes per frame, and it's definitely hard to work out how fast you want something to move when you're not viewing it properly or not viewing it in real time. So it's probably too fast. Let's have a look in here. Baby basket. Oh yeah, that's moving so quickly. I'm just going to cancel this and I'm going to load into screen to GIF, and we're just going to drop in these, have a look at them in 24 FPS. Yeah, let's go into the editor, grab these 5. It's going to be so fast though. How fast is, do you know how many milliseconds per frame 24 FPS is? Like, oh, I don't know actually. I could probably work this out. You should be rendering to EXR, by the way. Well, it depends what you're doing. I mean, I'm also rendering not in Filmic, and I'm also applying a color grading to the render, and you should also not be doing that if you're doing proper renders. So in this case, so if it was 10 milliseconds, it would be 100 frames per second. So 41.666, thank you. Let's say 42 then. I think that's probably too fast. Control F11 is preview of the animation in real time. In viewport. Or of the rendered ones. Control. Nice one, Blender. That did not work. Yeah, Control F11. Let's see. What do I think of Maya? Clearly not enough to make me use it. Right. It should be fairly easy because we did it all in one data block. This is why you should use node groups for data blocks if you are doing shared information. So if I come into my... Wait, I did do it shared, right? Maybe let's make this down to 0.2 and we will grab the next one. Yeah, animator 0.05. The knee pieces. This is actually a pretty good frame, like it's actually behaving itself here. And now it's over. Okay, let's try that again. Control F12, let's go. Maya Max sucks because $8,000 a year. Is that how much it is now? Or is that for both of them together? It is wild how much you can pay on licenses these days. We're not following the head anymore with that lavender. That's really annoying. Interesting. Flowers. The animator, yeah. Interesting. Why is this not keeping up? Oh, do you know why? It's because we've cached the mesh for it's the cloth sim again. So let's get rid of that. Yeah, no, it's just because the cloth, so even if I've changed geometry nodes, because the cloth cache is actually happening afterwards, I need to recache it. So let's delete that bake. Go back to the beginning. Save. Let's make sure we're actually on the beginning. And let's bake all the frames again. There we go. Cache me outside, how about that? They feel the competition from Blender and their reaction is upping the price to milk. Yeah, well, I mean, Maya is actually really, really good. If you're an animator, Maya has a lot of the tools that you need, but it's so expensive. It's like, yeah, I don't know, and I find it very ugly. I remember I tried to learn it in 2013, 14, and I just couldn't. I just couldn't learn it. It was so difficult and, yeah, just unattractive. I was so used to using Blender as well. Alright, hopefully this is going to work this time. Max was Real by Fake. Oh yeah, do you know Blender Bob? He has a YouTube channel. He runs Real by Fake. And they do a lot of cool stuff with Blender. And other stuff. Yeah, they've got some cool stuff going on. You used to use Lightwave. Ah, okay. Yeah, a lot of people got really... I think Lightwave I've heard a lot of, although I think there was some contention in perhaps the development cycle or something happened behind the scenes last year, I think. Or maybe it's just been ongoing. And then there was also the... what was the other one? There was... Oh, XSI. Everybody used Softimage and was just like raving about it. But then, yeah, all things come to an end. There we go. That's probably moving at a little bit of a better speed there. Let's see if we can make this work. Oh yeah, somebody do this with DALL-E and see how it comes back. Oh. See you later, Felix. Thanks for tuning in. We're pretty much at the end now anyway. Just checking these renders work. And then I'm going to go get some dinner. See, I can get rid of these ones. 42 milliseconds for the magic number. Do I have access to DALL-E? I don't. I did have access to Midjourney, but I just cancelled my subscription just because I don't have any reason to have something like that. It was cool though. Frame 5, come on. There we go. Let's check these ones out. Blender was really unintuitive until you switched to industry standard key map. Interesting. There's a lot of good, actually, industry standard key map tools. I know my boss has one that he uses for making sure that Blender works a little bit better. I might have to end up slowing this down even more at the end. But yeah, there we go. Okay, well, I'm gonna wrap this up now because there's one of those little hologram images it does. Yeah, just because there's not really much else. I've got nothing else to offer you, I'm afraid. But I hope you enjoyed learning about how to make baskets. They're very versatile, I guess. It's quite fun. You can use this technique as well, like the whole mapping to a UV map and then rewrapping it. You can use that for so many different things like knitting and fabrics and architectural panels, surfaces, things like that. So you can definitely have fun with trying different stuff using this technique. Or you can make a baby. So there we go. Will I post it to my Instagram? I'll post it to Twitter. I kind of feel like people on my Instagram would not appreciate it. Yeah. I'll post it on Twitter. I think people will get it a little bit more there. But yeah. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Hope you've had fun. And thanks for keeping me company. It's been great getting everybody having a chat. And Raphael, thank you. Hope you have a good evening. Remember to drink water. That's why I should post it on Instagram to make them suffer. There's a lot of people I know in real life on Instagram, like from university and old tutors and things like that. And then if I go and drop something like this, kind of just out of context, I feel like when something goes on Instagram, it's kind of like, here is a real thing that represents me, whereas Twitter is like, here's some thoughts. So it can be a little bit more throwaway. But there we go. Anyway, thanks all for keeping me company, and I will see you in 2 weeks, and I'll do another stream. And yeah, there we go. See you later.